and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Sports is a culture on its own. It has its own language, its own people, with their own way of life. The world of sports is never void of actions, stories, dramas, and scandals. I guess you need a sports show that can walk the walk and talk the talk.
On this show, we answer all your sporting questions. The whens, the whys, the wheres, and even the what ifs. Sports Spring is that show that will give you that new lease of life you've been looking for in sport journalism. Join me, Joseph Atewe,
And your sports Amazon, Nengi Ernest.
on this station, Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Let's talk sports. Let's speak the most universal language of the world.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West. And Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girl got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be shown on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Badamasi Adegoke Adelabu was a prominent figure in Ibadan politics and Western region before Nigeria's independence. He was a key founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, a political party that held lofty the torch of liberty for the two West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Kwenkele Mens was a natively corrupted version of Peculiar Mess, his bombastic English language style often used to score proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Ebullition, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at the age of 42. Western Spring Television identifies Adegoke Adelabu as a watershed character in history. The name Adolf Hitler exudes a gale of bile from millions of people who were victims of his autocratic rule and love, from fanatical supporters of his imperial aggression. Born April 20, 1889, at a small Austrian town sandwiched between Austro-German frontier, Adolf Hitler spent most of his childhood in Linz, the capital of Upper Austria. As a very prominent stakeholder in the horrific events of conflicts in Europe, Adolf Hitler could simply go off as the sole mover of the Second World War. 40 million Jews were murdered in the gas chambers of various Nazi camps on the orders of Adolf Hitler. Thousands of Adolf Hitlers still live in Germany today, but the majority of them are elderly and were named before the end of the Second World War. As the name pales into vanishing rarity, 13 children, according to official records, were named Adolf Hitler between 2006 and 2013. Western Spring Television identifies Adolf Hitler as a major character in history. Ahmadu Bello, a Prince Royal, was born 6th of December 1910 at Raba Village, Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria. His father was a district head and heir apparent to the Sultanate throne from the house of Usmanu Danfodio, a religious and social reformer who brought the Habib dynasty under the Fulani Caliphate in the beginning of the 19th century. Ahmadu Bello raised the bar of political consciousness in participation when, in 1944, he engineered the establishment of the Northern People's Congress (NPC) as the first political party in northern Nigeria and the rallying point for politicians in the region before independence. History will not forget Ahmadu Bello for his charisma and political sagacity, which provided easy passage for his kinsmen to assume political and administrative positions in Nigeria's post-independence era. The distinguished elder statesman and Sardauna of Sokoto has his face on his country's 200 naira currency as a mark of honor to one of the architects of Nigeria's independence. Western Spring Television identifies Ahmadu Bello as a watershed character in history.
It's good to enjoy life, or it's good to live life. No matter what you do in this life, chop life, because there's no time to waste time. I've been craving vegetable recently, vegetable, and pounded yam with some fish and all of that. My name is Emmanuel Jadigele on Twitter. Welcome to Spring Trends on Western Spring Television, where I tell you who is trending, what is trending, why they are trending, and what people are saying about the who, the what, and the why. This morning, we are looking at what's going to happen in the next couple of days. Over the past few days, the internet has been abuzz with news that Ike Ekweremadu was sentenced to 10 years in prison in the United Kingdom for organ trafficking. But the reality, the truth of the matter is that he is yet to be sentenced. So any information you see about that is false. Please disregard that information. Ike Ekweremadu has not been sentenced. So let's see some of the back and forth that happened on social media as regards Ekweremadu's sentencing. The person who started it all was Amadu Garba. He said, if not for weakness of our system and stenches of colonialism, how can a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ekweremadu, serve jail term in the foreign land. Would America, the UK, or any European country allow that? No matter the offense, he deserves to be repatriated back to Nigeria, face Nigeria court, and be sanctioned by the Nigeria law. I see this as an assault to our sovereignty, laws, and the status of our statehood in the international sphere. But it was immediately tackled by Menzem, who said that the irony of your tweet is just a mere crocodile tears. Considering your hatred against Igbo nation, your Nigeria may be consoling evil. Igbos don't. If the UK found Ike Ekwemadu guilty of an offense, let him go to prison. That's how to build a sane society. And that's how it should be, regardless of status, social standing, or socioeconomic standing. Whoever is guilty of a crime should face the music. Oluomo of Debbie was responding to Indicator, who said this Ike Ekwemadu news I'm seeing like this, so it is well. Now this is the true thing. Senator Ike Ekwemadu will be sentenced on Friday the 5th of May. Any other news is fake news. RP Dr. Chinelo says, hey politician, go home and build standard, well-equipped international hospital. It will save you someday. You have the money. Stop building hotels in Dubai and the USA. Learn from Ike Ekwemadu. Arawa Twitter Connect says, Senator Ike Ekwemadu might be sentenced to 10 years in prison on Friday in the UK. The kind of justice we lack in Nigeria. Well, Valiant Samson Idowu Alaba says, does it mean we will not see Ike Ekwemadu throughout Tinubu's presidency? And also, does it mean the UK didn't treat Obasanjo's clemency letter? Well, there was no way, according to legal experts, that letter by former President Olusegun Obasanjo would have held any sort of water. Chichi says, I hope Oriakụ Ike Ekwemadu is getting our own sentencing too. No be by to the dozioku. Tobe says, if we want to play the colonial racism card, we should have some shame not to play it on these elites who kill, steal, intimidate, and brutalize their own people. He was obviously trying to traffic the organ of his fellow countryman. BB says, while I sincerely empathize with the embattled senator, the fact is the law is not to respect our position in sane society. The senator would, however, might have been able to escape such punitive measures if he had traveled with diplomatic passport, especially if appeals were made in this regards. Odeleke says, if a former President Olusegun Obasanjo is begging the UK to bend her laws to accommodate a reprieve for Ike, you can imagine how Nigerian laws will be consigned to the dustbin if the case is tried here. How many senior government officials of other nations commit crimes in Nigeria? Now that's the real question. Those are the issues. How many of this government, when last did you hear that a foreign diplomat committed a crime in Nigeria and was sentenced to this or was arrested and all of that? You barely hear all of those things. But again, let's move away from Ike Ekwemadu and move over to the woman who has been in the news recently, Abike Dabiri-Erewa, the chairperson of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, has just been reappointed by President Muhammadu Buhari for a second term as chairperson of NIDCOM. President Buhari approved her reappointment to serve another term. But let's see how Nigerians took it. It was some mixed conversation really yesterday all over the timeline. Some persons saying congratulations and others just being outrightly annoyed. So let's start with Savor. Savor says, it is only in Nigeria that failures are promoted and successful ones are demoted. Abike Dabiri, your reappointment speaks volume of lack of competent hands in the APC government, and Buhari, great failure. Wike, reverse. Okay, those are just tags. Now let's continue. Next comment there comes from Chris. Chris says, personally, I don't think Abike is incompetent. She works hard. She's just very impulsive and uncouth in communication. Considering what her job requires her to be, her personality is unfit for the weight. Yeah, she's incompetent. Had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. Oluwashola says, this is a well-deserved reappointment because she has done so well as chairman of NIDCOM. Congratulations to Mrs. Abike Dabiri-Erewa. Majid says, I think she did well as per key performance indicators. We can argue that her approach and manners could have been better. And Abiodun says, similar to Ole Gunnar, giving Harry Maguire the captain band. Harry Maguire just collects everywhere. There's no situation that Harry Maguire doesn't collect. I don't know the young man's offense. Please forgive him. Emeka Nadozie said, aside exhibiting bigotry and tribalism, what did Abike achieve in her first term? Nigeria rewards mediocrity. Olumide Moses Adefenyiti says, the more I learn about Honorable Abike Dabiri, the more impressed I am with her. Her wealth of experience in public service, her empathy for the diaspora, and her unrelenting passion for excellence make her the perfect fit for this role. Congratulations, ma'am. James Uchenna on with this says, a big failure at Muhammad Buhari rewards an apprentice failure at Abike Dabiri. 2015 shouldn't have happened. It will take a very long time to recover from this. Oguna Roni says, if anything clearly epitomizes the incompetence of Buhari as a president, it is the appointment of this individual. Mr. F, our last commentator, says, congratulations, Auntie Abike at Abike Dabiri. This is a testament to your good works and service to this country. Many more to come. Well, that's that for Abike Dabiri. Well, now let's move over to the Premier League, where the Gunners are back on winning terms. They're back to winning ways after yesterday's demolition of Chelsea 3-1. I mean, it was really, you can see the irony there. Noni Madueke having the scoreline on the back of his shirt. It was quite an impressive performance for Arsenal after some consecutive draws that have allowed Manchester City to catch up with them in the race to the final day of the Premier League. Now let's take the comments on that. Your Shogbo Baba starts the conversation, says, just shut up, please, replying to Arsenal. You couldn't even do it against Manchester City. And the Olori herself immediately replies him, saying, well, when I know if you beat anybody, them just a flog like thief with steal Maggie. Eagle says, that was the easiest win I've ever seen against Chelsea at the Emirates in a long time. Let's keep winning all these games and keep the pressure on Man City. Hope they slip up. Well, that may be a tall ask. Their laser says it's not over until it's over. Don't let non-Arsenal or non-City fans tell you otherwise. They are all jealous of the great season you've had, even if you finish second. But believe, up the Arsenal. Wesley Kimbade says, Arsenal is going to finish trophyless this season. The earlier you accept this, the better. Ashwaju of Kwara comes next, says, after failing to get a win in about 5 matches, that has almost cost us the EPL. But what matters is that they are back to winning ways. I don't know why people cannot just take it like that. Lokiman says, only take away from this match is Arsenal can't keep a clean sheet. And Michael Olise compliments that comment, saying, exactly, that's one fat hiccup. I would love to see a 3-0, 2-0, 4-0 record moving forward. It's possible. We can do it. Up Gunners. BK Avid Sales Mistro says, thank you for the win finally. Clean sheet was possible here, but chances created in total versus converted is not good enough. Improve that conversion rate even by a couple of percentage points and would be really scary to anyone we face. 4 more to go. Build on this for next season. Jake Kwari says, so proud of this Arsenal team tonight to bounce back and get a 3-point in tonight's London derby. Hopefully this is the confidence booster before our trip to Newcastle on Sunday. No matter how this season ends up, I'm so proud of what this Arsenal have achieved. And ESPN comes at us with a fact that says Arsenal are the only team in Europe's top 5 leagues this season to have 4 players with 10+ league goals. You can see these players there: Bukayo Saka, Gabriel Martinelli, Gabriel Jesus, and Martin Odegaard. Larry Ashiwaju Larry, last commentator, says Arsenal beat Chelsea today and their fans are celebrating. Remember, we will still play Man City. That's Chelsea. If they burn you well, come and beg us to beat them for you. Well, interesting build up to the end of the Premier League, and we wish whoever is going to win, we wish the team well. I would love to see Arsenal win for a change, even though I don't support Arsenal. But then, if they've lost the chance, then it's on them to reclaim the chance. My name is Emmanuel Ujadigele, EM Ujadigele on Twitter. I'll see you tomorrow. In the meantime, stay on the safe side of the law. Remember to enjoy yourself and do not get into trouble. Bye-bye.
This iconic African presents the narrative of a man destined to exert an imperishable global influence in Western education. His was a story of a freeborn, captured and sold into slavery. He was born in Oshogun, a native Yoruba village near Iseyin in Okeogun axis of southwest Nigeria. Samuel Ajayi Crowther was the foundation student of Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, the foremost university where the pioneer set of native Africans were educated. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's greatest contribution to humanity was his translation of the Holy Bible into the Yoruba language. The man who authored the Yoruba dictionary was also credited with the translation of English classic hymns into Yoruba and the Ekwere languages. Samuel Ajayi Crowther's private residence in Badagry, incidentally the first story building in Nigeria, is an archival museum dedicated to the memory of Africa's first bishop. Western Spring Television identifies Samuel Ajayi Crowther as a watershed character in history. The 1914 Amalgamation Treaty is synonymous to the birth of Nigeria. Frederick Lugard, a British Army captain and an outlaw who struck gold in Africa, became the instrument used by destiny to make it happen. The amalgamation of Nigeria was designed for economic reasons by the colonial administration to offset Northern Protectorate budget deficit by Southern Protectorate surplus returns. The amalgamation had ad initio created imbalance in the economic political structure of Nigeria and was responsible for the persistent hiccups and the efforts to forge a united country till today. Nigeria's amalgamation was labeled as the mistake of 1914 by native northern conservatives who neither wanted it nor contributed anything significant to its sustenance. Western Spring Television identifies with Amalgamation Treaty of 1914 as a watershed event in history. Born Jeremiah Oyeni Obafemi on March 6, 1905, Obafemi Awolowo was a prime architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free education and social welfare in Africa's most populous nation. Erudite politician, thinker and philosopher, Awo was fondly addressed by associates and political colleagues, brought his unique attributes to bear on governance in the defunct Western region. He administered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. The Western region under his administration paraded several enviable records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, first modern civil service secretariat in Nigeria, and first industrial estate in Nigeria. His face is on 100 Naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history. Western Spring Television, ours it is.
lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba àkọ́dá ayé, ìbà lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba ṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run, ìbà lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba tó ní kọ́kọ́rọ́ ọjọ́ àti tìgbà àwọn àkókò lọ́wọ́. Eléyìí náà la fi ń kíra wa wípé ẹ tún kú lé, ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí gbogbo ibi tí ẹ bá ti ń láǹfààní láti máa darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ètò yìí ètò wa Àkọ́mọlédè. Òun náà ni mo ti ń kí yín o gbogbo ibi tí ọwọ́jà ìkànnì yìí tó bá ń fẹ́dé lásìkò yìí. Ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television, ìkànnì àdọ́wà òun náà la wà yìí tí a gbé kàn sí yín, ìyẹn channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT lórí ètò Àkọ́mọlédè. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa lórí ètò Àkọ́mọlédè, ẹ̀yin náà ti mọ̀ wípé ìran agbe ló ní iṣẹ́ ìdáró, àwọn àlùkò ńkọ́ ló ní iṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́sùn, lékèélékèé ló wà ní iṣẹ́ ẹ̀kẹfun. Gbogbo ohun tó bá ti jẹ́
Atótó arére.
Kò ṣeé má gbọ́ ìròyìn.
Bẹ́gùn bá jáde, mọ̀rìnwó la kọ́kọ́ rí, ọwọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó, ẹsẹ̀ katakata ní síwájú rìn, bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa, a tún ti dé náà nù. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited, pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín, olólùfẹ́ yín, ọ̀rẹ́ yín, Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Mọ́rẹ́níkejì. Ẹ lè pè mí ní Sùsù, tó bá wẹ̀ lómi, a sọ pé ìyálòde àríyá, gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí, kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín. Ẹ farabalẹ̀, kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190. Ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá, ẹ fàpùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí, kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Turn it up! It's the Wild Wild West. And Western Spring Television is pulling out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss out on every of the fun and happenings around you. Yup, we've got you covered because your girls got all the juiciest tidbits and entertainment news from around the world. Cross over to the chocolatey side of entertainment. Join me, Chocolate Cassie, on Eccentric as we take you into every bit of the juiciest news, fashion, music, movie updates, and other trending conversations. Together on the show, we'll get personal with your favorite celebrities via phone call, Zoom, or even live here in the studio. Eccentric will be showing on your TV screen on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Bẹ́bíró bílẹ̀mọ̀dàwòrò kọ́ọ̀dé má dìbò sí. bá ṣe gbé ètò yìí kalẹ̀ láti lè jẹ́ kóníkálùkù fi ṣe òdiwọ̀n ìdílé wọn. òtítọ́ ọbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ìdílé kan tí ò ní ìpèníjà tiẹ̀. ṣùgbọ́n àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni la fi ń tún ẹni ṣe. àti oníkálùkù bá kọ sí ìpèníjà náà ìdílé yóò sọ bí ìdílé yóò ṣe rí. Bẹ́bíró káfinúkonú káfikùnlukùn pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́kọláya lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan lórí ètò. níbẹ̀ lọ́mọ Afọlábí ó ti mọ tàkò tó béèrè sí wọn láláì fìkan pé méjì lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń dá òwòhòwò sílẹ̀ nínú ìdílé. bẹ́ẹ̀ sì làwọn àlejò náà yóò mọ jẹ́ ká mọ ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ń gbé gbà sílé wọn ò fi dàrú tí fi ń tò. Bẹ́bíró ẹ máa pàdé Múyìwá Àfọlábí lórí ètò yìí ní gbogbo ọjọ́ àbámẹ́ta láago 8 òwúrọ̀ tí àtúntẹ̀ rẹ̀ ó sì tún máa wá láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ ní ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 lórí StarTimes. Bẹ́bíró tọ̀sẹ̀ yìí ó máa yàtọ̀ ní kò ní yàtọ̀ fọ́.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nǹkan ló ń kojú àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn ará àwùjọ tí ohun ò dẹ̀ dókè ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìnira ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìyà làwọn èèyàn ń kojú rẹ̀ ní àdúgbò ojú ọ̀nà tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó iná ọba tó mẹ́ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe ségesège àwọn tó ń hu ìwà àbàṣejẹ́ obì tí ń sun lẹ́rùn àti àwọn nǹkan tí ò tí ì dé tí gbọ́ ìjọba ṣé wọ́n ní etí ọba nílé etí ọba lóko èèyàn náà ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ òun náà ló jẹ́ kí ìkànnì Western Spring Television pé ètò tí ó jẹ́ kẹ́yìn ara lé ẹ̀yin ará àwùjọ kẹ́ lè mọ́ sọ bí tí bàtà bá ti ń ta yín lẹ́sẹ̀ fún àwọn aláṣẹ ìjọba ohun tẹ́ ẹ ṣe ni wípé ẹ mú fóònù yín ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ má yà ní gbọ́rọ̀ ẹ dábù rẹ̀ ẹ ṣe àkàálẹ̀ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó ìjọba ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn aláṣẹ ohun tó ń fẹ́ àmójútó àwọn elétò ìlera àwọn elétò ààbò àti àwọn míì tí ọ̀rọ̀ kàn ẹ má jẹ́ kí fọ́nrán náà ìyẹn fídíò tẹ́ máa ṣe àkálẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó mọ̀ ju ìṣẹ́jú 2 tàbí 3 lọ ẹ máa fi ṣọwọ́ sí wa ní orí WhatsApp lórí ẹ̀rọ 0803 865 1049 0803 865 1049 ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo àwọn fọ́nrán yín àwọn àwòrán yín kó máa wọlé orí ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ẹ̀yin gangan lẹ jẹ́ ojú ẹlẹ́rìí ohun táwọn èèyàn nílò ohun tó ń jẹ àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ níyà ilé tí ò nílé ìgbọ̀nsẹ̀ ibi tí ò níbi tó ti ń dẹ ẹ̀gbin nù tó wá jẹ́ pé ẹ̀gbin wọn ní àwọn ará àdúgbò àwọn aráàlú lára gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ fi tó àwọn aláṣẹ létí ohun tẹ́ ẹ nílò ní agbègbè yín ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn aláṣẹ mọ̀ orúkọ mi ni Adéyẹmí Ọlábọ̀dé èmi ni atọ́kùn ètò ojú ẹlẹ́rìí lórí Western Spring Television ìkànnì 150 ní gbogbo ọjọ́ ajé láago 2:00 ọ̀sán.
Evelyn Ohiole,
Hi.
King Eve. How are you today?
I'm good, I'm fine, I'm alive.
I really feel like she's not giving the right answer to the question. When one asks you, how are you? And you said, you're saying, I'm alive. It's very annoying, seriously. How are you? I'm fine. I feel I'm fine would be the right answer instead of I'm alive. Not that I asked you if you're dead before.
Go and check all these 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, everybody, they are extraordinarily sexually active.
I feel is being unnecessarily hyper when it comes to the issue of sex, because we talk about other topics and it feels so reserved. It really doesn't have anything much to say when it comes to other stuff. But when it's the issue of sex, I believe it's being unnecessarily hyper. That's when I have to pick an issue with him. I mean, it's just being unnecessarily there when we're talking about sex. Just like a child, his mom just got him his favorite chocolate or ice cream, very happy, doing as though if he doesn't have sex for a day, he's going to die.
When it comes to finance, women also support their husbands financially. You need me emotionally. You need me spiritually.
Cassie is an amazing person, but I hate the too much attaché to that gender. I need you spiritually, I need you mentally. I can get these things anywhere with money. If you go by the topic was, who does marriage favors the most? I know how many jobless women they marry every Saturday. They are saying it favors you, favor. I the vex so.
Growing up, when I was in the world, we've heard of
Who are you now?
Well, MC Too Much said he likes saying when I was in the world, and the last time I checked, well, it looks a bit innocent, facially, but deep down, is he actually out of this world? We're all in the world now. As long as you're alive, you're in the world. So MC Too Much, I beg you to talk about that. I don't want to hear that. Next time you talk about like his own.
I think I have a problem with you saying ladies are champion, and that's the problem. Always trying to attach so much importance to that gender.
It's giving insecurity, it's giving low self-esteem, it's giving a blatant display of egoism. Because at the end of the day, a man who is secured in his words, a man who is confident of who he is, will not really be disturbed as to whether women are being referred to as champions or not. I mean, at the end of the day, Joseph's a really great guy, but whether he likes it or not, women are champions.
Èdè Yorùbá jẹ́ ọ̀kan lára àwọn èdè tí wọ́n ń sọ ní agbègbè Niger Congo. Èdè Yorùbá gbajúgbajà ní àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń bẹ ní ẹkùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Ó kéré tán, àwọn ènìyàn bíi mílíọ̀nù 14 ló ń sọ èdè Yorùbá lónìí. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè, ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe, akọ́mọlédè.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Ìbà lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba àkọ́dá ayé. Ìbà lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba ṣẹ̀dá ọ̀run. Ìbà lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ọba tó ní kọ́kọ́rọ́ ọjọ́ àti tìgbà àwọn àkókò lọ́wọ́. Eléyìí náà la fi ń kíra wa wípé ẹ tún kú lé, ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí gbogbo ibi tí ẹ bá ti ń láǹfààní láti máa darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lórí ètò yìí ètò wa Akọ́mọlédè. Òun náà ni mo ti ń kí yín gbogbo ibi tí ọwọ́jà ìkànnì yìí tó bá ń fẹ́ dé lásìkò yìí. Ìkànnì móhùnmáwòrán Western Spring Television, ìkànnì àdọ́wà òun náà la wà yìí tí a gbé kàn sí yín, ìyẹn channel 190 lórí StarTimes DTT lórí ètò Akọ́mọlédè. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa lórí ètò Akọ́mọlédè, ẹ̀yin náà ti mọ̀ wípé ìran agbe ló ní iṣẹ́ ìdáró, àwọn àlùkò ńkọ́ ló ní iṣẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́sù, lékèélékèé ló wà ní iṣẹ́ ẹ̀kẹfun. Gbogbo ohun tó bá ti jẹ mọ́ èdè Yorùbá, àṣà Yorùbá, gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ ìran Yorùbá òun náà ní tiwa lórí ètò Akọ́mọlédè. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Lórúkọ Ọlọ́run tí ó dá mi tó dẹ́yìn, pàápàá lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn ikọ̀ tá a jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́, àtẹ̀yìn èèyàn tiwa ẹ̀yin tìyá Akọ́mọlédè tẹ́ ẹ ti dúró tẹ́ ẹ ti kẹ́ra álẹ̀ láti tún wo ètò ọ̀hún fún tòní. Òun náà ni mo fi ń kí yín ò wípé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga, ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè yìí, ìyá Akọ́mọlédè ló ń kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí Akọ́mọlédè fún tòní. Tààrà àṣàṣà ẹ bá mi fọwọ́ kan, ẹ bá mi yà lójú òpó ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ ayélujára wa, ìyẹn àwọn social media wa lórí Facebook, lórí Twitter, lórí Instagram, lórí YouTube at Western Spring Television ẹ lọ rèé ṣẹ́ sójú rẹ̀ kẹ́ ṣe kíni kẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní àwọn ìtàkùn ẹ má wá gbàgbé ẹ fèrè ọkọ̀ yín síbẹ̀ ẹ tún pín fún ẹlòmíì ẹ share rẹ̀ ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá rí ti YouTube yẹn ẹ subscribe ẹ jẹ́ àjọ wà kájọ gbéra wa lárugẹ kẹ́ lè máa mọ gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa abala ètò kọ̀ọ̀kan ló tún ti dúró re lónìí tẹ́ẹ̀tù gbọ́ lágbọ́fi kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àgbọ́fi kọ́gbọ́n àmọ́ ká tó máa lọ ẹ̀yàn ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé ní ìbálejò bá wọlé akí kó káàbọ̀ àgbàgà fún kó jókòó àbomi sígbà fún pàápàá kó fi rẹ̀ gbẹ mò ń bọ̀ wá. Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa abala kọ̀ọ̀kan lórí ètò náà ló ti dúró abala àkọ́kọ́ lẹ́yìn tí akọ́mọlédè bá ti kí yín káàbọ̀ tán ó ràn ní abala àbọ̀rọ̀ níbi tá a ti máa lọ ń bu omi ọgbọ́n mu torí pé àbọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ rí yẹn la máa ń sọ fọmọlúwàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ tán ló máa dòdìdí lẹ́yìn abala àbọ̀rọ̀ láwa wá sórí tábìlì ẹ̀kọ́ pẹ̀lú ìyá akọ́mọlédè tá a tún ti máa kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ àrà ọ̀tọ̀ nínú èyí tó kan èdè Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ètò yìí akọ́mọlédè lábala àkọ́kọ́ lónìí ẹ jẹ́ ká tún lọ sọ́dọ̀ Yẹmí Alára níbi tá a ti máa lọ bu omi ọgbọ́n mu lábala ààbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ Yẹmí Alára ó dọwọ́ rẹ ò kí ló ní fún wa lórí ètò.
A man's hands are his relatives, his elbows are his brothers and sisters. If we find no one to rely on, we are like a lazy man. If we find no one to rely on, we apply ourselves to our work. Àpalára, ìgbọ̀nwọ́ níyì kan, bàbá rẹ̀ ní fẹ̀yìntì. Bí ọ̀lẹ là rí, bàbá rẹ̀ ní gbójúlé. Àtẹpámọ́ṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ẹni ni. Àmọ̀ràn pé kí èèyàn ó tẹpámọ́ṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ̀ kó tiraka ṣe tó nílò láti ṣe fúnra lára rẹ̀ láì gbójúléyàn kankan fún rànlọ́wọ́ fún ohun kan tó jẹ́ bí ìpèníjà àbí ṣòro. Òtítọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ni wípé ẹ bá àbárẹ́ ni bálà ọ lè yá ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá kan ló sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́rọ̀ ọjọ́ míì nù nítorí béèyàn ò bá ṣoríire lọ́pọ̀ ọgbà ó nílò olùrànlọ́wọ́ kan àmọ́ ju gbogbo rẹ̀ lọ ó mọ̀ sàn kéèyàn ó tiraka ṣe ń tó ní í ṣe lásìkò fúnra rẹ̀ ju kó máa retí ìrànlọ́wọ́ látọ̀dọ̀ ẹlòmíì nítorí ìtẹpámọ́ṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ẹni báyìí ń ló láyọ̀ léjù ń ló ṣe é gbọ́kàn léjù àpalára ìgbọ̀nwọ́ níyì kan Yẹmí Alára ń pé bá a mọ̀ ní dààmú tí a ò sì ní ta.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àpalára ìgbọ̀nwọ́ yìí oníye kan àtẹ́lẹwọ́ ẹni kì í tan ní jẹ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbìyànjú káwa fúnra wa ká tiraka torí pé ẹ̀yin onígbìyànjú lọ́lọ́run ọba òkè wa ó ti yá o nítorí àkókò wa ẹ jẹ́ káwa máa lọ sórí tábìlì ẹ̀kọ́ báyìí kí la fẹ́ kọ́ lórí ètò akọ́mọlédè lónìí gangan ẹ ti mọ̀ pé tí ìyá akọ́mọlédè bá ti wá sórí ètò dandan ni ẹ tún kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ mẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àwọn tẹ́ ẹ ti mọ̀ nínú èdè àtàṣà Yorùbá á tún fi àlékún kún tòní òtún wá nígbẹ̀yìn láṣẹ Ọlọ́run ọba òkè lónìí lórí ètò àkọlé kí n pè ní kókó ọ̀rọ̀ wa àkọlé tá a fẹ́ gbéyẹ̀wò lórí akọ́mọlédè òun náà ni mo pè ní àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ nínú èdè Yorùbá ẹ mọ̀ pé gbogbo wa là ń sọ̀rọ̀ àbí tàbádẹ̀ sọ wípé èdè ọ̀rọ̀ náà là ń ṣàmúlò tó ń di èdè mọ́ wa lẹ́nu àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ nínú èdè Yorùbá gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìran Yorùbá gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀ wípé aláròjinlẹ̀ ẹ̀dá làwọn Yorùbá jẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ ní àwọn ọ̀nà tán máa fi ń ṣe àkàwé àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n bá ní lọ́kàn wọ́n wá ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀ á wá gúnrégé ìtàn ní lọ́kàn yẹn àtàgbékalẹ̀ wọn méjèèjì á wá gúnrégé láti fi júwe nǹkan gan eléyìí tí wọ́n fẹ́ sọ tó bá ti wá ń ṣe tí mo ṣàlàyé yìí tí wọ́n wá ọ̀rọ̀ láti ṣàgbékalẹ̀ èrò ọkàn wọn tó sì gúnrégé ìyẹn là ń pè ní àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ ṣó ti yé yín báyìí àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ nínú èdè Yorùbá ṣé wá rí àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí oríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà la máa ń gbàgbé kalẹ̀ ìmíì a máa wo àyíká ìmíì ó lè jẹ́ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ àwùjọ ó lè jẹ́ ìṣesí ẹranko ó lè jẹ́ ìṣesí àwọn èèyàn láwùjọ la máa wò láti jẹ́ ká ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn a dẹ̀ máa ń lò ó nígbà tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ àbí téèyàn kan tó bá wu ìwà kan oríṣiríṣi wá ní àwọn àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí eléyìí tí àkókò bá gbà wá láàyè láti ṣàlàyé òun náà ni a máa ṣàlàyé ìsọ̀rí mẹ́ta òun la lè pín àwọn àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ wọ̀nyí sí a ní àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ tààrà tó jẹ́ pé tán bá ṣe ń sọ báyìí èèyàn tí èjẹ kánú gan yóò mọ̀ túmọ̀ rẹ̀ àfiwé ẹlẹ́lọ́dẹ̀ wà tó jẹ́ pé òun ò lọ tààrà àwa ní àfiwé alásìnpọ̀ tó jẹ́ ìpele kẹta ṣẹ̀rá àfiwé tààrà yẹn ó ti ní nǹkan tí mo lè pè ní bí atọ́nà tàbí atọ́kùn rẹ̀ tẹ́ bá ti ń rí nínú gbólóhùn ẹ ti mọ̀ pé àfiwé tààrà yìí lè èèyàn tí wọ́n sì máa ń lò fún náà ni bíi tẹ́ bá ti gbọ́ gbólóhùn tó ti ní nínú ẹ ti mọ̀ wípé àfiwé tààrà òun lélẹ́yìí bí àpẹẹrẹ tẹ́ bá gbọ́ tí Yorùbá bá pe ìpèdè kan tán bá lo gbólóhùn kan tán bá sọ wípé kinní kan o ó rí bíi kinní kan irú yẹn ẹ ti mọ̀ wípé àfiwé tààrà nítorí pé bí nǹkan tí wọ́n fi wé yẹn ṣe rí gangan òun lòun náà ṣe máa rí àfiwé tààrà nìyẹn tẹ́ bá wá rí eléyìí tí kò lọ tí kò lọ tààrà tó jẹ́ ẹlẹ́lọ́ ìyẹn tiẹ̀ tán bá sọ fún mi pé bóyá gbogbo wa la mọ̀ ẹranko tó ń jẹ́ egbin ní ìsìn tán bá wá rẹ́ nìkan tó dára tó rẹwà wọ́n lè ní ọmọ yẹn dára bí egbin wọ́n fi wé tààrà nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n tí ẹlẹ́lọ́ ìyẹn máa gbé àbùdá nǹkan tí wọ́n fẹ́ júwe tó wà lọ́kàn yẹn wọ́n wá gbé wọ nǹkan mìíràn ṣàlàyé mi yé yín àfiwé ẹlẹ́lọ́ kò ní lọ tààrà wọ́n gbé àbùdá nǹkan tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ júwe wọ́n wá gbé wọ nǹkan tí wọ́n fi ṣe àpèjúwe yẹn bí àpẹẹrẹ tó máa sọ wípé ehoro orí pápá ni Olú Olúre èèyàn ni èèyàn ló ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n wá fi wé ehoro lórí pápá ìyẹn ni pé ó lè sá eré gan ni ṣe rí pé wọ́n sọ pé ó ń sáré bí ehoro ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n sọ pé ehoro orí pápá ìyẹn ni pé wọ́n ti gbé àbùdá ehoro wọ́n ti gbé bọ èèyàn ìyẹn ni àpẹẹrẹ àfiwé tó jẹ́ ẹlẹ́lọ́ alásìnpọ̀ tó wà ní ìpele kẹta àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ mi ìyẹn lélẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n á gbé ìṣe ẹni yẹn wọ́n á sin wọnú ẹ̀ tán bá ní wọ́n sin nǹkan pọ̀ kì í ṣe tiẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n gbé wọ̀ nínú ni ẹ wá jẹ́ ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní wò ó lọ́kọ̀ọ̀kan ìjèjì mo sọ fún yín àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá pọ̀ gan o ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò díẹ̀ lára wọn àkọ́kọ́ nínú rẹ̀ tán bá sọ pé tó bá débẹ̀ gbogbo ibẹ̀ dákẹ́ jẹ́jẹ́ ó dákẹ́ rọ́rọ́ bí ibojì ni gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀ pé ibojì ibi tí wọ́n ń sin òkú sí àwọn tó wà ń bẹ̀ tí kú wọ́n ti sin wọ́n síbẹ̀ ó di dandan kí ló fẹ́ pariwo ń bẹ̀ wọ́n wá sọ wípé ó dákẹ́ jẹ́jẹ́ bí ibojì àfiwé tààrà nìyẹn ṣòye yín báyìí ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún yín lápẹẹrẹ mìíràn tí ẹnìkan bá wà tó bá ń hùwà akínkanjú tó ń hùwà akọni tó yẹ pé agbára ẹ̀ tó ń ṣe nǹkan láláì bẹ̀rù wọ́n á ní ṣé ọmọ yẹn ó láyà bí kìnìún gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀ pé kìnìún lọ́ba ẹranko kìnìún ò bẹ̀rù ẹranko kò kan kìnìún nínú gbogbo bá búramúramù àwọn ẹranko tó kù á máa sá lọ ni wọ́n wá fi èèyàn kan wé wọ́n á ní ó láyà bí kìnìún mo rò pápẹrẹ yẹ yẹ yín àfiwé tààrà lòun náà àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn tí wọ́n bá réèyàn kan tó ń fàjì tó ń ṣe tìkọ̀ tí ò já fáfá wọ́n á ní ó ń lọ́ra ó ń ṣe gà bí ìgbín ó ń fà tìọ̀ bí ìgbín ẹ mọ̀ pé tí ìgbín bá fẹ́ rìn ẹ̀sọ̀ báyìí ni jẹ́jẹ́ ní ìgbín máa ń ṣe tiẹ̀ tó bá ti wá rẹ́ni tó ń lọ́ra ṣe nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n wá ṣe àfiwé yẹn pé ó lọ́ra bí ìgbín àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn kọ́nà má jẹ́ ó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa kó má ṣẹlẹ̀ sọ́mọ wa tó bá rẹ́ni tí rẹ́kọ́nà orí rẹ̀ tí ò pé tó bá rẹ́ni tó ń ṣe nǹkan balabala tí ò ṣe dáadáa kó jáfáfá tọpọlọ orí ẹ̀gbọ́n wa ní kí ló ṣe nìyí ó ṣe wá kú lórí bí iṣu báyìí àbẹ́ ẹ̀ mọ̀ pé iṣu kú lórí ni alájú ẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n á gbé ọ̀bẹ tì wọ́n á bẹ́ tán bá ti bẹ́ tán ojú ẹ̀ náà wọ́n ṣe fọ́ wọ́n kó onú kòkò wọ́n dáná sí yóò jìnnà wọ́n tún gun lódó ṣe rí pé ṣúgọ̀ báyìí wọ́n wá ní ó kú lórí bí iṣu ọlọ́mọdé jẹ́ tiwa tọmọtọmọ ìdàkejì ẹ̀ òun náà ni tó bá sọ wípé ẹnìkan ó gọ̀ bí ẹ̀kọ́ mẹ́ta àbẹ́ ìmọ̀ pé ẹ̀kọ́ mẹ́ta náà gọ̀ ni ẹ̀kọ́ mẹ́ta wọn kò lẹ̀ ojú rẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe mú kìíní wọn bó kúrò lára ewé wọn ó dẹ̀ ọ̀nà fún wọn wò jẹ èkejì náà wọn wò jẹ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta náà tún dúró sẹ́ni pé ó gọ̀ bí ẹ̀kọ́ mẹ́ta a lè lo àfiwé tààrà yẹn fún ẹni tá a bá rí pé ó hùwà àìlọ́gbọ́n lórí ẹ̀já kúrò lápá abẹ́ ọ̀ṣẹ́ ti sàmì àdúrà tí mo gbà lẹ́ẹ̀kan àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn mo sọ fún yín lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé wọ́n máa ń mú àwọn àfiwé yìí látara ẹranko àbí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láwùjọ ìrírí tán bá rí ẹranko kan ní àgùntàn gbogbo wa la mọ̀ àti ẹ̀ máa ń fi gbàdúrà pé àkéèyàn máa ṣe jẹ́jẹ́ bíi tàgùntàn àwọn ni ó ṣe wá wò sùn bí àgùntàn yìí ẹ rí i pé gbogbo tó bá ń bẹ ní àgùntàn bọ̀ sùn báyìí náà ni ó mọ wò kèé fa wàhálà kèé jàǹpátá wọn ni ó ń wò sùn bí àgùntàn yẹn ni pé ìrísí àti ìṣesí àgùntàn náà fi gbé àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn kalẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká wo ẹranko mìíràn ẹyẹ lélẹ́yìí ẹyẹ àparò gbogbo wa la mọ̀ wọn ni ó ga o ó ṣe wá pọ́n láṣọ bí àparò báyìí torí pé wọ́n rí i pé aṣọ ẹyẹ àparò ó máa ń pọ́n inú igbó tó wà kòró mi tí èèwẹ̀ bó bá ti ẹ̀rẹ́ wẹ̀ iyẹ̀pẹ̀ pupa máa ń sábà pọ̀ láàrin agbègbè bẹ̀ iyẹ̀pẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ ń kó rọra yẹn ló máa jẹ́ kára ẹ̀ pọ́n wọ́n wá ní yóò máa pọ́n láṣọ bí àparò ní ọlọ́run má jẹ́ àárẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n àwọ̀ pupa àwọ̀ tó dáa ni tó bá jáwọ̀ yẹn lẹ fẹ́ mú kò sí tó bù ṣùgbọ́n tó má léèyàn pọ́n láṣọ iṣẹ́ àtòṣì ni kò dáa ọlọ́run má fi kàn wá ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú gbogbo yín lẹ mọ èdè èdè àwọn kan tiẹ̀ máa ń pera wọn ní àjèdè ìyá àjọ pèdèpèdè gan àwọn èèyàn máa ń pè mí ní apèdè bí ẹni jẹdé torí pé èdè máa ń dùn lẹ́nu èdè wa máa ń pọ́n rokoṣo báyìí ni apọ́nwọ́ ẹ̀ wọ́n ní ó pọ́n rokoṣo bí èdè ẹ̀ bá ti rírọ àwọn èdè yẹn ó láwọn ìlú kan tó tiẹ̀ pọ̀ sí ó dá lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ẹ̀fọ́ ó dá lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀já kú òun bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀já nìṣó ẹranko mìíràn ní òbúkọ ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ tó so mọ́ ẹran òbúkọ nítorí ìhùwàsí rẹ̀ ìṣesí rẹ̀ ara ẹ̀ ò kí ń balẹ̀ a máa ṣe gbùdùgbùdù káàkiri báyìí ni wọ́n á ní kí ló dé ó ṣe wá ń ṣe wérewère bíi ìtò òbúkọ báyìí àwọn àgbà tiẹ̀ wòye òbúkọ títí wọ́n ní wérewère ní máa ṣe òbúkọ tó fi ń bá ìyá rẹ̀ ní àjọṣepọ̀ wọ́n á ní ó ń ṣe wérewère bí òbúkọ gbogbo àwọn àfiwé wọ̀nyí mo sọ fún yín pé a máa ń wo ìṣesí àti ìhùwàsí ẹ̀dá ti àwọn ẹranko nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ láwùjọ ìrírí àwọn àgbà ni wọ́n á fi gbé kalẹ̀ torí pé wọn kò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ wọn ṣákálá kọ́kọ́ lanu kó dẹ̀ jáde bẹ́ẹ̀ Yorùbá yìí sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ a máa ń ṣe àpọ́nlé a máa ń fi adùn sí àgbékalẹ̀ èdè wa òun ló bí àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ ká tó máa tẹ̀síwájú tún wo àwọn àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ mìíràn mò ń bọ̀ wá ẹ jẹ́ kí n bomi là á.
Èkó Lagos Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀ ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdì mú nírù ẹni dẹ́kọ̀ tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀ ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò nígbà tó yá àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí ìlú Èkó ìlú ńlá ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀ Èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà arìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀ ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó àríjó ṣe bí ọba Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣe é yájú sí Èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́ pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́ ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ ọkà lóògùn àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ kẹnu ó mọ̀dìlẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì àádọ́wàá channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwa Gbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè. Káàbọ̀ padà lórí ètò akọ́mọlédè náà la ṣe wà. Ìyá akọ́mọlédè ṣì ń fún yín ní ẹ̀kọ́ lọ́wọ́ lórí tábìlì mọ́ lórí ètò lónìí. Mo ń ṣàlàyé fún yín nípa àwọn àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ nínú èdè Yorùbá àti ibi tí àwọn orírun wọn tí ó ti jáde wá. Etí mo sọ kó tó di pé a lọ rèé kàn sódì kejì lọ́hùn náà ní ti òbúkọ. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú. Tí wọ́n bá sọ wípé kí ló dé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ṣe wá le báyìí tí nǹkan kan máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tó bá wá dàbí ẹni pé kíní yẹn ti wá le dé góńgó wá ní kí ló dé tí gbogbo ẹ̀ wá le koko bí ojú ẹja báyìí ẹ rí i pé tẹ́ bá sí ẹja kò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sí ẹja tó ojú rẹ̀ yẹn kò ní dẹ̀ tẹ́ bá fọwọ́ kàn báyìí yóò le kokoko wá ní kí ló wá dé ó ṣe wá le koko bí ojú ẹja mọ́ nǹkan yìí tọ́rọ̀ bá ti dé góńgó tó ti dé òkè ara la máa ń lorú àfiwé yẹn àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn ó ní wípé kí ló dé tán bá rí nǹkan kan pé àfarabalẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ò lè ọ̀rọ̀ tó fúyẹ́ bí ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwú yẹn ni pé tẹ bá rí òwú nísìn lóòótọ́ a máa sọ wípé òwú wo ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n níwọ̀nba tó fẹ́ fi tanná ló mú ṣùgbọ́n tẹ bá mú ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwú ṣẹ́mọ ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwú eléyìí tí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ yọ lára igi ẹ̀yẹn òun ló ń jẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ̀n wá ní ó fúyẹ́ bí ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwú pé kẹ́ni yẹn kó mú nǹkan yẹn bí ń tí kó dẹra rẹ̀ lẹ́kẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mọ̀ pé eléyìí tó le ni wọ́n sọ pé ó le koko bí ojú ẹja ṣùgbọ́n eléyìí tó bá rí i pé ó ti dẹ̀ wá ní fọkànbalẹ̀ ó fúyẹ́ bí ẹ̀gbọ̀n òwú. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tẹ̀síwájú. Àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn tó jẹ́ àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ eléyìí tá a mú látara ìrísí ẹyẹ òní ẹyẹ lékelèké gbogbo alámọ̀ mo sọ nígbà tá a fẹ́ gorí ètò pé tó bá ti kan iṣẹ́ ìkẹfun iṣẹ́ lékelèké ni tí nǹkan bá wà tó bá funfun gan ni tó funfun dáadáa Yorùbá ní ó funfun bíi lékelèké ìyẹn ni wípé bó ṣe mọ́ àwọ̀ funfun tí ò lábàwọ́n tó ní òun ló jẹ́ kí wọ́n pè bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo àpẹẹrẹ àfiwé mìíràn tí nǹkan bá dùn dáadáa kò wá sí adùn míì tó kọjá tiẹ̀ ó náà ní oyin kò sí nǹkan náà ṣe fẹ́ sọ wípé iyọ̀ ni kò dùn tó oyin kò sí nǹkan náà tí ó dùn tó fẹ́ ju adùn oyin lọ ni wọ́n fi máa sọ wípé ó dùn bíi oyin lè máa gbọ́ oyin ládùn ọsàn pé ọsàn yẹn dùn kì í ṣe wípé oyin wà nú ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n dídùn rẹ̀ ni wọ́n fi wé tààrà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn gbogbo wa la mọ̀ òǹrè aago àti tá a so mọ́wọ́ àti tá a gbé kọ́ sára ògiri àti tó wà nínú ẹ̀rọ ìléwọ́ wa wọ́n ní aago èdúró aago máa ń ṣiṣẹ́ yípo ni tọ́mọ wa rẹ́ nìkan tí ò fúnra rẹ̀ nísinmi tí ò dẹ́ra rẹ̀ lẹ́kẹ̀ẹ́ wọ́n ní ó jẹ́ ṣe sùúrù ó ṣe wá ń ṣiṣẹ́ bí aago báyìí ṣàmọ̀pá aago ó mọ̀ yìí lọ bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé nígbà mìíràn gan ẹ̀rọ tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ nú aago náà àmọ́ rẹ̀ ni wọ́n fi ní ó jẹ́ má para rẹ̀ wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ bí aago wọ́n fi wé iṣẹ́ tí aago ń ṣe àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ ṣóyè yín ṣá. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wá tún wo àpẹẹrẹ mìíràn tí nǹkan bá wà tó ti rin tó ti tutù tí ò tiẹ̀ lọ́wọ́wọ́ tí ò gbóná wá ní ó tutù bí yìnyín ṣé mo ti ń jẹ́ yìnyín ice block tàbí kán sọ wípé ó tutù bí imú ajá tẹ́ ti fọwọ́ kan mú ajá rí ẹ lọ fọwọ́ kan lẹ́yìn tẹ́ ń wo ètò yìí tẹ́ bá fọwọ́ kan mú ajá kò sígbà tẹ́ fọwọ́ kan yóò tutù báyìí ni bẹ́ẹ̀ náà sì ni tán bá pè ní yìnyín block ó máa ń tutù ní gbogbo ìgbà so tí nǹkan bá ti wá tutù dáadáa wá ní ó tutù bí yìnyín àbí ó tutù bí imú ajá. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n fún yín ní ẹyọ kan sí kó tó di wípé mo máa kúrò níbẹ̀ yẹn torí àkókò wa tí nǹkan kan bá wà tó jẹ́ pé ó di nǹkan tí kò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ sí tààrà tàbí tí ò tiẹ̀ sí rárá wọ́n sọ wípé ó wọ́n bí ojú ọba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá kan tiẹ̀ wà tí wọ́n jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ nínú ìran wọn àwọn bí ojú wọ́n á ní ó ti wọ́n lọ́jà bí ojú ẹ rí wípé ojú wa yìí ó wọ́n gan ni àbẹ́yìí ò mọ̀ ní sẹ́yìn rí bí wọ́n gbé ta ojú lọ́jà ni kódà ojú tẹran gan wọ́n ní ká mọ̀ jẹ́ mọ́ ẹran ṣùgbọ́n torí ìdí ni wípé tí nǹkan bá fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ bóyá tíṣẹ̀lẹ̀ kan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ẹnìkan in tó bá fi mú kó kan ẹyin ojú ẹni yẹn gbogbo àwọn agbègbè ojú yẹn tó kù wọ́n á ti bàjẹ́ torí pé ojú máa ń wọ́n ó ṣọ̀wọ́n gidi gan ni wọ́n á ní ó wọ́n lọ́jà bí ojú ìyẹn ni pé nǹkan tí kò sí tàbí tá a fẹ́ lè mọ̀ rí rárá láti kówó lé pé àfẹ́ rà ìyẹn ni mo fi sọ fún yín níbẹ̀rẹ̀ wípé àwọn Yorùbá ní àròjinlẹ̀ wọn ló fa àgbékalẹ̀ tí wọn kì í ṣe é kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ṣàkálá tó máa ní èrò nǹkan kan lọ́kàn báyìí tán fẹ́ sọ wọ́n wá nǹkan kan láti ṣàgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀ kó lè dùn kó dẹ̀ lè fi wọ́n hàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ elédè tó ń pèdè tó ń fèdè yẹn tó fi ń dára tá bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ nínú èdè Yorùbá akaka tán ni ó dẹ̀ jẹ́ ọ̀nà kan láti lè fi èèyàn wípé akọ ọmọ lélẹ̀ ojúlówó ọmọ kọ rèé ó gbọ́ èdè ó máa ń fi níyàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tó gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá dáadáa tó bá ń lo àwọn àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn tó yẹ pé kó tó sọ eléyìí ó ti fàfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ sí kó tó sọ tọ̀hún ó ti ṣàgbékalẹ̀ dáadáa yàtọ̀ sí yẹn gan ó tún máa ń jẹ́ kí nǹkan tá a ní lọ́kàn yẹn kó ṣe déédéé pẹ̀lú ọ̀nà tá a gbàgbé kalẹ̀ bí àpẹẹrẹ ní ìsìn nǹkan tó sọ fún yín pé ó tutù bí imú ajá kò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ nílò kan máa sọ fún ẹ wípé nǹkan yẹn ò gbóná rárá nígbà ó ti gbọ́ tán ti sọ wípé bí imú ajá ó sì ti mọ̀ pé imú ajá mọ́ tutù ni ṣó ti ń yé yín ó máa ń jẹ́ kí nǹkan tá a fẹ́ gbé kalẹ̀ ó gún régé dáadáa mo mọ̀ pé látòní lọ gbogbo ìgbà yòówù tẹ́ ẹ bá ti fẹ́ máa ṣàgbékalẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yín ẹ mọ̀ lu àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ kó lè fi yín hàn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ elédè tó gbọ́ èdè tó dẹ̀ ń sọ èdè Yorùbá dáadáa tó ẹ̀yin tí akọ́mọlédè ẹ̀yin tí ìyá akọ́mọlédè ẹ̀yin tí kan ní Western Spring Television ẹ má bínú àkókò nígbà wá láti tayọ ibi tí adé dúró yìí nítorí ìjọba àkókò mú wọn pé nígbà míì tá a bá tún máa lórí ọ̀fẹ́ láti pàdé á tún mú nǹkan ọ̀tún wá tẹ̀ máa tún kọ́ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀kọ́ lórí ètò àkọ́mọlédè fún tòní a ti sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àfiwé ọ̀rọ̀ lábala àkọ́kọ́ Yẹmí Alára ti gbà wá níyànjú wípé ká mú ọwọ́ wa ká fi ṣiṣẹ́ ká gbìyànjú torí pé ẹ̀yin oníyànjú lọ́lọ́run ọba mi wà torí apátẹ́rì yìí òun lára o ìgbùnwọ́ òun nìyé kan ìgbò bá sì dáa fún ni tán lọ́mọ aráyé ń tan mọ́ ni títí dìgbà míì tí a máa tún láǹfààní láti pàdé lórí ètò àkọ́mọlédè ẹ má gbàgbé ẹ lọ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní àwọn ìtàkùn ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ Facebook Twitter Instagram àti lórí YouTube at Western Spring Television láti túbọ̀ máa gbádùn wá sọ́wọ́ wájú sí i lórúkọ gbogbo àwọn tí a jọ ṣiṣẹ́ àtẹ̀yìn pàápàá tí a jọ gbádùn ètò ọ̀hún òun náà ni mo ń kí yín pé ìgbà míì ló tún máa dà ó lórí ètò àkọ́mọlédè títí ìgbà náà wà ń kọ́ ẹ má gbàgbé ẹ má fi èdè Yorùbá ẹ fi mọ́ kọ́ àwọn ọmọ yín torí pé Yorùbá wuyì ó sì wẹ̀yẹ dáadáa títí ọjọ́ míì
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Can you imagine the feeling when you get your news as they break with facts and clarity? our news are reported as it is.
In Africa, and all those who masterminded the way it happened will have to pay a price.
Enjoy Western programs, projecting culture and tradition to the world. Brought to you as The Break and recapped every hour for your update.
You must never forget the sacrifices of the heroes of Nigeria's democracy.
Produced and brought to you in a unique way never before seen.
Western Spring.
Western Spring.
And Western Spring Television. Television is coming home in your color and culture.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever expounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast, detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is...
Western Spring Television, ours it is.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Spring Global on Western Spring Television. Now the headlines. Supreme Court adjourns the hearing of Nnamdi Kanu's suit to September 14. United Nations accuses Sudan's warring sides of trampling upon international humanitarian law. Pakistan's Supreme Court orders anti-graft agency to release former Prime Minister Imran Khan. My name is Femi Olanipekun. We begin with legal matters where the Supreme Court has adjourned the hearing of the suit filed by the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, September 14. Mr. Kanu had approached the court to appeal the verdict of the appellate court, stopping his release from the custody of the Department of State Services. During today's proceedings, the Apex Court granted the application of the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, to file additional processes in response to Mr. Kanu's filing, which was done on Tuesday. The Apex Court said even if it proceeds to hear the appeal, there is no space within its calendar to write and deliver the verdict within the 90-day deadline. The case was therefore adjourned to September 14. And outside Nigeria, United Nations human rights chief Volker Turk has said both sides in the conflict in Sudan have trampled upon international humanitarian law. Opening an emergency session of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, Mr. Turk urged countries with influence in Africa to help end the violence. Fighting has continued in the capital Khartoum and in the city of Omdurman. Yesterday, residents in Khartoum reported air raid and counterfire from anti-aircraft guns. This is the fourth week of fighting between Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his former deputy Mohammed Hamdan Daglo, who commands the paramilitary rapid support forces. And still in Africa, an anti-government movement is planning new protest in Guinea after its leader said at least 7 people were killed and 32 wounded during demonstrations in the capital Conakry and other cities. Police and riot gears cracked down on demonstrators who threw rocks and burned tires yesterday during the latest protest against the military government, which seized power in 2021. Small-scale protests also took place in Nzerekore, a city in the southeast, and in the central town of Dabola. Opposition parties and civil society groups in a joint statement said at least 7 people had been shot dead and 32 others suffered gunshot wounds. Outside Africa, police detained suspect of a shooting at Mercedes-Benz plant in southwestern Germany that left 2 men dead this morning, mounting pressure on Berlin to tighten the country's already strict gun laws. The suspect, aged 53, opened fire on victims before security workers at the site in the city of Sindelfingen held him down and handed him over to the police. The local prosecutor's office in a statement said the suspect did not resist arrest, while both victims, aged 44, died of their injuries. The incident was the latest of a number of mass shootings in Germany in recent years, many of which had connection with extremism. The German government had vowed to tighten its gun laws further after a gunman opened fire on people gathered in a Jehovah's Witnesses hall in Hamburg in March, killing 6. And still in Europe, a van transporting oxygen gas canisters exploded in a Milan street this morning, injuring 1 person and setting nearby cars and motorbikes ablaze. The city's mayor, Giuseppe Sala, ruled out foul play and confirmed that no one had died in the incident. The mayor said the driver of the van had told the fire brigade that the blaze had started in his engine. He added that the driver had sustained only light injuries. Firefighters quickly extinguished the blaze, which had sent clouds of thick black smoke into the sky. Turkish presidential election candidate Muharrem İnce, one of 4 contesting Sunday's vote, said he was withdrawing from the race. What experts say is a potential boost to the main rival of President Tayyip Erdogan. Before his withdrawal today, Mr. İnce was one of 4 candidates at the vote, alongside Mr. Erdogan, his main opponent Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu and Sinan Ogan. A survey earlier showed Mr. Erdogan lagging behind Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu by more than 5 percentage points ahead of the election. To the Russia-Ukraine war, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has said his country needs more time to launch a much-anticipated counteroffensive against Russian forces as its military awaits the delivery of promised military aid. The expected attack could be decisive in the war, redrawing front lines that for months have remained unchanged. Speaking at his headquarters in Kyiv, President Zelensky described combat brigades, some of which were trained by NATO countries, as being ready, but said the army still needed some things, including armored vehicles that were arriving in batches. The attack will also be a crucial test for Ukraine, eager to prove the weapons and equipment it has received from the West can result in significant battlefield gains. And similarly, the founder of Russia's Wagner Group mercenary force, Yevgeny Prigozhin, says Ukraine units had begun their counterattack and were approaching Bakhmut from the flanks. His statement published in Telegram could not be independently verified. Mr. Prigozhin says that Ukrainian operations were unfortunately partially successful. When quizzed on President Volodymyr Zelensky's comment about Ukraine's anticipated counteroffensive, he said the president was being deceptive in saying that the offensive had not yet begun. Russian forces, spearheaded by Wagner, had been waging a bloody assault on Bakhmut in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region since last summer. Yesterday, both Prigozhin and the Ukrainian military said Kyiv's forces had routed a Russian army unit near Bakhmut at a significant advance for Ukraine. In another development, Britain says it is supplying Ukraine with Storm Shadow long-range cruise missiles, which would allow Ukrainian forces to hit Russian troops, ammunition and fuel dumps deep behind the front line. Defense Minister Ben Wallace made this known while addressing the Parliament today, stating that the UK can't simply stand by as Russia kills civilians. Mr. Wallace told Parliament that Russia must recognize that its actions alone have led to such systems being provided to Ukraine. The Kremlin had earlier said if Britain provided the missiles, it would require an adequate response from its military.
Today I can confirm that the UK is donating Storm Shadow missiles to Ukraine. Storm Shadow is a long-range, conventional-only precision strike capability. It complements the long-range systems already gifted, including HIMARS and Harpoon missiles, as well as Ukraine's own Neptune cruise missile and longer-range missions elsewhere gifted. The donation of these weapon systems gives Ukraine the best chance to defend themselves against Russia's continued brutality, especially the deliberate targeting of Ukrainian civilian infrastructure, which is against international law. Ukraine has a right to be able to defend itself against this. The use of Storm Shadow will allow Ukraine to push back Russian forces based within Ukrainian sovereign territory.
And elsewhere in Europe, Finland's outgoing Prime Minister Sanna Marin has filed for divorce jointly with her husband of 3 years, Markus Räikkönen. The couple in separate Instagram stories said they were grateful for the 19 years together and their beloved daughter. Ms. Marin and Mr. Räikkönen, who until recently worked at a venture capital firm, share a 5-year-old daughter. They married in 2020 while Ms. Marin was in office dealing with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Ms. Marin and her Social Democratic Party lost Finland's election for parliament last month, trailing the right-wing National Coalition Party as well as the Nationalist Finns Party. You're watching Spring Global on Western Spring Television. I'll be right back after this break.
Funmilayo Ransome Kuti was an educationist and advocate of women's rights. She was recognized for her vitriolic comments against colonial policy of taxation as it affected the Nigerian women. Bere, as fondly addressed by her women followers, Funmilayo championed the initiation of universal adult suffrage, which gave an unprecedented leeway for women to contest elective offices and power to exercise voting rights. Married to a foremost educationist and teacher, Israel Oladoto Ransome Kuti, the first president of Nigeria Union of Teachers, Funmilayo Ransome Kuti was the mother of children who inherited her spirit of activism. Olufela and Be Ololari, the former, a renowned musical legend. She was the first female student of Abeokuta Grammar School and the first female to own and drive a car in Nigeria. The award recipient of Member of Order of Nigeria MON and Lenin Peace Prize, was born on 25th October 1900 and was killed on the 13th April 1978 by rampaging road soldiers in Lagos. Western Spring Television identifies Funmilayo Ransome Kuti as a watershed character in history.
Welcome back. In Asia, Pakistan's Supreme Court today ordered the anti-graft agency to release former Prime Minister Imran Khan from its custody. Local broadcaster GeoTV reported this after the top court had earlier asked the anti-corruption agency to present the former premier before it. Mr. Khan's arrest on Tuesday in a land fraud case sparked deadly and widespread protest across the South Asian country.
Unrest has continued to grip Pakistan after former Prime Minister Imran Khan pleaded not guilty to corruption following his arrest on Tuesday. Khan was indicted by a Pakistani court in an unrelated case on Wednesday for unlawfully selling state gifts during his premiership between 2018 and 2022. The judge has ordered that Mr. Khan be remanded in custody for 8 days, after which he can seek bail. Pakistani authorities have taken senior leaders of former Prime Minister Imran Khan's party into custody as the government calls out the army to help end widespread and deadly protests sparked by Khan's arrest. Authorities arrested Shah Mahmood Qureshi, a former foreign minister and vice chairman of Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI party, early on Thursday in a statement on his Twitter profile. Two other senior PTI leaders, Asad Umar and Fawad Chaudhry, were arrested on Wednesday, the latter from outside the Supreme Court minutes after he spoke to reporters. The party has challenged Khan's arrest at the top court. Mr. Khan's arrest has dramatically escalated tensions between him and the military at a time of economic crisis in the nuclear-armed nation. The Islamabad police said early on Thursday that troops have reached the capital city of Islamabad. Protesters have stormed military buildings, ransacked the residence of a top army general in the eastern city of Lahore, and set ablaze state buildings and assets in other places since Khan's arrest by the anti-graft agency on Tuesday. At least 5 people have died in the violence that has aggravated instability in the South Asian country of 220 million people as it grapples with a severe economic crisis and eroding hopes of a quick resumption of IMF bailout funds. Mobile data services remained suspended and schools and offices were closed in 2 of Pakistan's 4 provinces. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said in a televised address on Wednesday that such a spectacle has never been witnessed in the last 75 years, adding that people were made hostages in their vehicles, patients were taken out of ambulances, and eventually those vehicles were touched. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has said that the arrest of the former Pakistani Prime Minister is Pakistan's internal matter.
The UK, of course, has a long-standing and close relationship with Pakistan, and this weekend, especially as Commonwealth partners. The arrest of the former Prime Minister is an internal matter for Pakistan. We support peaceful, democratic processes and adherence to the rule of law.
The former Prime Minister has not slowed his campaign against the ouster, even after being wounded in a November attack on his convoy, as he led a protest march to Islamabad, calling for snap general elections. Conviction would disqualify the former international cricket star and Pakistan's former Prime Minister from standing for office, possibly for life. Meanwhile, elections are due later this year. Temi Tokpe, Ajijolaluwala, Western Spring Television News.
But moving on, Armenia and Azerbaijan have blamed each other for gunfire along the restive border days ahead of an EU-hosted talks aimed at resolving their 30-year-old territorial dispute. The fighting came this morning as the 2 countries are in negotiations on a peace agreement to end decades-long standoff over Nagorno-Karabakh, a region recognized as part of Azerbaijan but populated mainly by Armenians. Armenia's defense ministry in a statement said Azerbaijan forces shot artillery and mortars at Armenian position in the Sotsk region, adding that 4 of its soldiers were wounded, while Azerbaijan's defense ministry said in a statement that a soldier from its army was killed after provocation from Armenian forces. The incident comes just days before European Council President Charles Michel is to host Armenia's Nikol Pashinyan and Azerbaijan's Ilham Aliyev for talks in Brussels on Saturday. And in the Middle East, an Israeli air raid in the southern Gaza Strip has killed Ahmed Abu Daka, a senior commander of Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the faction has announced. Gaza Health Ministry said 4 people were also wounded in the attack near Khan Yunis. Israel and the Gaza militants traded more heavy fire today as the escalation of the worst of violence in months that has killed 25 people in the blockaded Palestinian enclave enters its third day. According to officials in the crowded coastal territory, the Israeli army airstrikes since Tuesday have killed fighters as well as civilians, including several children. Meanwhile, the Israeli military said militants in the Gaza Strip had fired more than 500 rockets at the nation, causing no casualties so far. In the U.S., an unrepentant Donald Trump held firm to past grievances at the first televised town hall of the 2024 presidential election yesterday, stressing that he has little intention of mounting a more disciplined campaign for his third White House bid. In a contentious 70-minute broadcast, the Republican reasserted unfounded claims that the 2020 election was rigged against him. The former president further revealed that he would pardon many of his supporters convicted of taking part in the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Mr. Trump further drew laughter from a New Hampshire audience when he mocked writer Asian Carol's account of him sexually abusing her.
Back to what happened on that day. You said you weren't.
Say that.
He has testified that, Mr. President.
He did not say that.
But you said you weren't very involved that day. You did tell your supporters to come to Washington. You tweeted about it, about that speech that happened on the rally and during police officers. Why did it take you 3 hours to tell them to go home?
I don't believe it did. Oh, let me pull it out. I have to pull it out. So if you look at on January 5th, the day before, I said, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. This was the day before, and this was in the form of Twitter. Now use Truth Social. I think it's far superior, okay? I hope everybody's on Truth. If you look January 6th, this is before 2:30. I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. This is right after as it was happening. But what happened is they took it down. I don't know why. I think they took it down because it was so good. They didn't like it being up there. I am asking, and we didn't know until I got it back, because now I have 90 million people waiting for me to go back, but I'm on Truth and I'm staying on Truth. Listen, I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violation. We want no violation. We want no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. That was at 2:30. That was very early.
Mr. President, I looked at the same timeline that you did.
No, but you didn't report that. You know why? Because it was taken down.
We did report it. I was reporting that
day. It was taken down and it wasn't.
But when it was.
Meanwhile, the U.S. will lift COVID-19 border restrictions known as Title 42 tonight, a major shift that has drawn tens of thousands of migrants to the U.S.-Mexico border, straining local communities and intensifying political divisions. The number of migrants caught crossing illegally has climbed in recent weeks, with daily apprehensions surpassing 10,000 on Monday and Tuesday. In the backdrop of the chaotic scenes, U.S. President Joe Biden's administration is surging personnel and funds to the border while implementing a new regulation that will deny asylum to most migrants who cross the border illegally. The new measure will take effect when the Title 42 ends, along with a broad COVID public health emergency. Meanwhile, U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said the lifting of the rule does not mean the border is open.
Let me be clear. The lifting of the Title 42 public health order does not mean our border is open. In fact, it is the contrary.
We've just seen some images from Texas showing Texas National Guard and DPS physically blocking migrants from climbing up the riverbanks and accessing U.S. soil. Does the department believe that that's a legal enforcement posture by the state of Texas?
Nick, I'm going to leave it to our Department of Justice to speak to the lawfulness or lack thereof of those actions.
While in other news, the Bank of England has raised interest rates to their highest level since late 2008 as it continues to combat stubbornly high inflation in the United Kingdom. The decision today by the bank's 9-member Monetary Policy Committee to lift the main interest rates by 0.25 percentage point to 4.5% was widely anticipated in the financial markets. Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey told reporters in London after the rates changed that the rise in bank rates since December 2021 will weigh more on the economy in the coming quarters. Like other central banks around the world, the Bank of England has sought to keep a lead on inflation, which over the past year has been fueled by Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Today, we've raised interest rates to 4.5% and updated our assessment of the UK economy. The economic situation is tough, but the economy is doing a bit better than we thought. Energy prices have fallen, unemployment is low, and we now think we'll manage to avoid a recession. But inflation is still too high. With food prices rising particularly fast, many people are rightly worried about the increasing cost of living. We do think inflation will fall quite sharply from now. We think it will halve by the end of the year and be back to our 2% target by the end of 2024. But we need to be sure this happens, and that's why we have raised interest rates today. Raising interest rates is the best way to make sure inflation falls and stays low. We know that isn't easy when money is tight, but it's vital we bring inflation down so that the economy can grow, create new jobs.
Well, elsewhere, a standoff in Washington over raising U.S. debt ceiling overshadowed a meeting of group of 7 finance leaders started this morning. U.S. President Joe Biden had piled pressure on Republican lawmakers yesterday to move quickly to raise the limit on the government's permitted borrowing from the current $31.4 trillion or risk throwing the economy into recession. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is expected to face questions from her G7 counterparts meeting in the Japanese city of Niigata on how Washington intends to prevent turbulence in financial markets, already jittery after the recent failure of 3 U.S. regional banks. Ms. Yellen, speaking ahead of the meeting in Niigata, said a default could spark a global downturn that would set the U.S. back much further. The U.S. debt crisis is a headache for Japan, which is this year's G7 chair and the world's biggest holder of U.S. debt. We're talking sports now. Leeds United manager Sam Allardyce said considering the number of goals the side has conceded before his appointment, limiting Manchester City to 2 goals was not bad. Allardyce, speaking ahead of this weekend clash against Newcastle, said there were positives from the fight, determination, and an improved performance in the second half against City. He noted that with a bit of work on attacking and defending by the players this week, he hopes they improve the level of performance against Newcastle on Saturday. The Leeds boss, on his short spell as Newcastle manager from May 2007 to January 2008, said it was a massive knockback to his career.
Personal edge or motivation from you, given that it's Newcastle on Saturday? Does that even come into it? There's also been some observations.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah,
2007 is a long time ago. Was I disappointed? Yes. What did it do to my career? Massive knockback, but as always, I always recover and move on. So it was an opportunity that in the end I couldn't avoid a change of ownership that was unexpected. I have no criticism of Mike. It's his club. He wanted to do what he wanted to do with it at that particular time. I made no choice. For me, it was a blow to my career at that particular time, because I wanted to take Newcastle as far as I possibly could, and like it's doing now. That was the ambition of me and Freddie Shepherd at the time, but that wasn't to be.
Well, that's all on Spring Global today. But before we end Spring Global, here is a recap of our top stories. The Supreme Court has adjourned the hearing of the suit filed by Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, to September 14. The United Nations Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has said both sides in the conflict in Sudan have trampled upon international humanitarian law. Pakistan Supreme Court today ordered the anti-graft agency to release former Prime Minister Imran Khan from its custody. You can follow us on all of our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Western Spring Television. You can also watch us live on our YouTube channel at Western Spring Television. My name is Femi Olani Kwekun. Thank you so much for watching. Good evening.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast, detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Western Spring Television, as it is.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí gbogbo ibi tí ẹ bá ti ní àǹfààní láti máa darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lásìkò yìí lórí ètò yìí ètò wa àkọ́mọlédè. Ètò àkọ́mọlédè náà ló ń dé ojú ìwòran yín láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television, ìkànnì àdọ́wà ìyẹn channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT. Bákan náà ni ẹ láǹfààní láti máa wò wá ní àwọn ojú òpó ìtàkùn ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ lọ́tùn lósì Facebook ní Twitter ní Instagram ní YouTube ní ayé gbà yín pẹ̀lú kọ́kọ́rọ́ kan ṣòtẹ́ fi sílẹ̀kùn at Western Spring Television. Mo kí yín ò lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí pé ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí, ẹ tún kú àmójúbà ẹ kú aráyá ìyá àkọ́mọlédè lórí ètò àkọ́mọlédè. A fi gbogbo ọpẹ́ àfihàn fún Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè torí pé òun ló ní ọpẹ́, òun ló sì ní ìyìn, òun ló fún wa láǹfààní láti wá tẹ́yìn náà tẹ́ ń wò tẹ́ lórí ọ̀fẹ́ láti máa wò wá ní gbogbo ibi tẹ́ bá ti ń wò mí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí mo kí yín kẹ́ káàbọ̀. Ojú rẹ báyìí là á fi wo owó, ojú rẹ là á fi wo ọmọ tuntun, ẹ̀yin ojú ojúre náà la fi wà tààrẹ níre báyìí òun náà ni kó máa jẹ́ tèmi gbogbo ẹ̀yin olólùfẹ́ wa níkànnì yìí àti ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà lórí àtẹ tábìlì láti kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pẹ̀lú ìyá àkọ́mọlédè lórúkọ Ọlọ́run ọba àtàwọn tá a jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ àti ẹ̀yin náà torí pé àwa wà ní àyín lẹ́yìn ṣe ń wò ó ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wò ó làwa náà fi ń ṣe fún yín àjọ ń kíra wa wípé àkáàbọ̀ sórí àkọ́tún ètò fún tòní Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá àkọ́mọlédè yín ló tún kí yín pé ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò lákọ̀tún fún tòní gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìṣe wa ẹ ti mọ̀ wípé kò sẹ́ni tí ò ní dámọ̀ tiẹ̀ kò sẹ́ni tí ò ní àbùdá àti àdámọ́ tá a fi fún un ètò àkọ́mọlédè náà ní àdámọ́ àti àbùdá tiẹ̀ òun náà ni pé lórí ètò yìí gbogbo tó bá ti jẹ mọ́ èdè Yorùbá ìran Yorùbá àṣà wọn ìwọṣọ wọn orúkọ wọn àjogúnbá wọn ìtàn wọn ìgbàgbọ́ Yorùbá gbogbo àwọn kan wọ̀nyí òun la máa ń gbé yẹ̀wò ní orí ètò àkọ́mọlédè lójúnà àti lè jẹ́ kí akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ mọ̀ ohun tá a ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ àwọn ohun tá a mọ̀ ká lè lóye rẹ̀ sí dáadáa gbogbo ẹ̀ ẹ wá dúró re ní gbogbo ipò tẹ́ wà láti máa wò wá ẹ farabalẹ̀ a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dórí ètò ni ẹ jẹ́ kí n sáré dá pọ́n lọ kábọ̀ wá ètò ń tẹ̀síwájú. láláì dènà pinnu rárá torí pé adébíṣẹ́ má ṣe làgbà ọ̀lẹ ẹ jẹ́ ká tètè bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní múṣẹ́ òṣè báyìí ìpele àkọ́kọ́ tá a fi máa ń ṣíde lórí ètò yìí lẹ́yìn tá a bá kíra wa káàbọ̀ òun náà ní ìpele tá a pè ní àbọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá máa ń sọ wípé àbọ̀rọ̀ là á sọ fọmọlúwàbí tó bá dénú ẹ̀ tán àdòdìdí ńgbà tó bá ṣàmúlò rẹ̀ lábala àbọ̀rọ̀ wa fún tòní ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ bùnmu nínú kòtò ìmọ̀ kòtò ọgbọ́n lọ́dọ̀ Yẹmí Alára kí ló mú wá fún wa lórí ètò lónìí.
A mother arouses envy in a woman that has no child of her own. One who is working hard arouses envy in a lazy man. Abiyamọ ọ̀tá àgàn ẹni ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀tá ọ̀lẹ àmọ̀ràn pé ká ṣọ́ra láti máa gbé àṣeyọrí wa lórí fáráyé rí nítorí èèyàn ò fẹ́ ni fọ́rọ̀ orí ẹni nìkan ní yọ ni o ẹni tí ń sunkún àìríbí mọ́fọmọlá lójú ọ̀lẹ èèyàn ò lè fẹ́ràn ẹni tí ń ṣiṣẹ́ kárakára wọ́n bá ti rí ọba yìí nínú nǹkan kò ṣe ṣàràṣà àbí kán mọ́jú cháí ẹni ẹ̀yìn ò sì lè fẹ́ràn ẹni wájú ṣọ́ra o báyé bá ń yẹ ọ́ káyé ọ̀hún mọ̀ bá wáyé sí ọ̀la Yẹmí Alára pé àníta mú tí a ò sì ní ta.
láṣẹ Ìdùmarè àní dààmú abala àbọ̀rọ̀ náà lẹ ti gbọ́ látẹnu Yẹmí Alára yẹn ẹ dì í mú o ẹ fi ṣòdiwọ̀n ayé yín torí pé kíni ayé tó ń kọrin ré kíni àwọn náà ni wọ́n tún máa ń kọrin láti tàbùkù ẹni ìwà téèyàn bá wù òun ló máa ń fa ire ni ó jẹ tiwa tọ́ ìyá akọ́mọlédè níbo gan là ń lọ lórí ètò lónìí ẹ ti mọ̀ pé ní gbogbo gbàtà bá ti pàdé lórí ètò yìí ìyá akọ́mọlédè ó tún mú tuntun wá tẹ́tù gbọ́ lágbọ́ fi kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àgbọ́ fi kún ìmọ̀ tẹ́ ti mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ níbo gan la wá ń lọ lónìí ẹni à ń gbéyàwó bọ̀ wá bá kì í garùn wò ó ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ ká bọ̀ wá tá a bá padà dé gbàgede yẹn gangan láwàdé dúró níbi tí màá ti sọ kókó ọ̀rọ̀ wa tòní fún yín. mo kí ẹ káàbọ̀ padà ibi tẹ́ ẹ ti ń retí náà ládé yìí pẹ̀lú ìyá àkọmọlédè ó yẹ ẹjẹ́ àjọ kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìmọ̀ ti wà lórí tábìlì ọgbọ́n bẹ nínú kòtò ó yá ẹ̀mú gbá wa ẹ má gbọ̀n wá ẹjẹ́ àjọ bù lábùmú kájọ yìí ó lórí ètò àkọmọlédè fún tòní a fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nípa orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá àti ìtumọ̀ wọn gbogbo wa náà la mọ̀ pé ìran Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ púpọ̀ nínú orúkọ tán bá fẹ́ sọ ọmọ wọn pàápàá nípa ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó bá rọ̀ mọ́ ìbí ọmọ yẹn àbáwọn nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ lásìkò tí wọ́n bí ọmọ àwọn nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ilé wọn wò ó èyí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nílùú èyí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ láwùjọ òun ni Yorùbá fi máa ń sọ wípé orúkọ ọmọ nìjánu ọmọ wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń tẹ̀ mọ́ àwọn ọmọ létí pàápàá nígbà tí ọmọ bá fẹ́ kúrò ní àkàtà àwọn òbí rẹ̀ wípé máa rántí ọmọ ẹni tó ń ṣe má borúkọ ẹbí jẹ́ má borúkọ ilé jẹ́ torí pé orúkọ ọmọ nìjánu ọmọ Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ púpọ̀ nínú orúkọ ẹ wá jẹ́ ká wò ó ìsọ̀rí kan nínú àwọn orúkọ tá à ń jẹ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ní àwọn orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá ìgangan la fẹ́ wò lórí ètò fún tòní bí mo ṣe sọ fún yín ṣáájú àwọn ìran Yorùbá wọ́n nígbàgbọ́ nínú orúkọ tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ sọ ọmọ wọn wọ́n lè wo ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó rọ̀ mọ́ ìbí ọmọ wọ́n lè wo iṣẹ́ ìdílé wọ́n lè wo ẹ̀sìn nígbà míì ó dẹ̀ lè jẹ́ àwọn nǹkan tó wà láyìíká òun ni wọ́n máa wò òun lè fi máa ń gbọ́ tí wọ́n máa ń lo àwọn ìpèdè bíi ilé làáwò ká tó sọmọ lórúkọ ìyẹn túmọ̀ sí pé wọ́n máa wo ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ilé kí ọmọ yẹn tó wáyé wọ́n á fi mọ orúkọ tá a jẹ́ wọ́n máa ń sọ pé orúkọ ọmọ nìjánu ọmọ àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ nígbà míì gan táwọn àgbà bá tiẹ̀ fẹ́ bá ọmọdé wí bóyá ó ṣàṣe má ṣe kan tó máa fẹ́ bá wí wọ́n ní máa rántí orúkọ ìdílé tó ti jáde o wọ́n ní alájà ò sọ pé kájà òun má lọ ẹ̀wọ̀n ṣùgbọ́n orúkọ tòun ni kó má mú lọ ṣé wàá rí gbogbo àwọn ìsọ̀rí orúkọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ó pọ̀ gan ni eléyìí tá a wá fẹ́ gbéyẹ̀wò lónìí tààràtàrà bí mo ti wí òun ni orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá àti ìtumọ̀ wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí a ṣe máa ń bímọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá takọtabo là ń bí orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá wà fún ọkùnrin ó sì wà fún obìnrin gẹ́gẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe wá gbọ́ tó dún yẹn wọ́n ní orúkọ àmúti ọ̀run wá ìyẹn ni pé bí ọmọ yẹn ṣe ń bọ̀ látọ̀run wá sáyé ó ti mú irú orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wá kódà gan ṣáájú ọjọ́ ìsọmọ lórúkọ náà ti máa ń mọ irú orúkọ yẹn torí pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó rọ̀ mọ́ ìbí ẹ̀ ni wọ́n fi mọ̀ tó bá ti wá dọjọ́ ìsọmọ lórúkọ wọ́n wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní sọ àkọ́kọ́ tí wọ́n mẹ́nubà òun ni eléyìí tí ó wọ́pọ̀ dáadáa tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ lọ́tún lọ́sì ẹ máa gbọ́ Táyé Kẹ́hìndé Táíwò Kẹ́hìndé ìyẹn làwọn ọmọ méjì tá a bí wọn lọ́jọ́ kan ṣoṣo láti inú ìyá kan ṣoṣo nígbà kan náà ẹ má gbàgbé wọn lè bímọ ní nǹkan bímọ lọ́hùn-ún lọ́jọ́ kan ṣùgbọ́n tó bá yẹ pé ìyá kan ṣoṣo ló bí àwọn ọmọ méjèèjì yẹn Táyé àti Kẹ́hìndé ni wọ́n á jẹ́ ìbáàjọkùnrin ìbáàjọbìnrin orúkọ tí wọ́n á fún wọn èyí tó kọ́kọ́ jáde lára ìyá òní Táyé eléyìí tó tẹ̀lé òní Kẹ́hìndé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìgbàgbọ́ Yorùbá ìsọ̀rí orúkọ mìíràn ó ní Òjó tàbí Àìná ìyẹn ni pé bó bá jẹ́ ọkùnrin wọ́n pè ní Òjó bó bá jẹ́ obìnrin wọ́n pè ní Àìná irúfẹ́ àwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ làwọn ọmọ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n máa ń gbé olubi wọn kọ́ ọrùn wá sáyé wọ́n á wọ̀ bí ìgbà téèyàn wọ ẹ̀gbà ọrùn báyìí ni wọ́n á wọ̀ sí ọrùn wọn Òjó ni akọ Àìná ni abo ìsọ̀rí mìíràn ó ní ìkẹta ọmọ ẹ máa ń gbọ́ tí wọ́n sọ wípé bí ò bá nídìí àkọ́bí ọmọ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ Dòwú torí pé kẹta ọmọ ní í ṣe Ìdòwú òun ló tẹ̀lé àwọn ìbejì lẹ́yìn yẹn ní Àlàbá lẹ́yìn Àlàbá ló kan Ìdògbé yẹn ni pé tẹ́ bá ń tò látòrí Táyé Kẹ́hìndé àwọn ọmọ tó tẹ̀lé àwọn ìbejì Ìdòwú Àlàbá Ìdògbé Ìdòhà bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ bí wọ́n bá ṣe ń bí wọn tẹ̀léra wọn ó jẹ́ bọ́n ṣe bí wọn látọ̀run wá ṣe hàn pé irú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ẹ ti mọ orúkọ ẹ̀ ṣáájú ọjọ́ ìsọmọ lórúkọ nìyẹn ẹ jẹ́ ká mú orúkọ mìíràn gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ àmútọ̀run wá Àjàyí ó jẹ́ ọmọ ọkùnrin tí a bí ṣùgbọ́n nígbà tí wọ́n bí bó ṣe jáde lára ìyá rẹ̀ dípò kó ṣí ojú rẹ̀ síta báyìí kó fi kígbe mo wá kán rí ojú ẹ̀ ó wá dojú ẹ̀ bolẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n ò rí ojú ẹ̀ rárá ìpàkọ́ ẹ̀ báyìí ni wọ́n ń wò ni wọ́n fi máa sọrú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní Àjàyí orúkọ àmútọ̀run wá ni àwọn ọmọ kan náà wà tán ti máa ń mórúkọ wá látọ̀run ṣẹ́pá sọ ìbejì lẹ́ẹ̀kan tá a bá wá bí ọmọ mẹ́ta papọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà látọ̀dọ̀ ìyá kan lọ́jọ́ kan ení èjì ẹ̀ta tá a bí wọn láti inú ìyá kan ṣoṣo lọ́jọ́ kan ẹ̀ta òkò ni Yorùbá pè wọ́n torí pé ọmọ mẹ́ta tó wáyé papọ̀ ni wọ́n. àpẹẹrẹ orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá mìíràn tó wọ́pọ̀ bó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé léyìí ẹlòmíì gan tá a bí bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti ń sọra wọn dì bẹ́ẹ̀ nípa oge ṣíṣe ti ìgbàlódé ó ní dada ni ọmọ tó jẹ́ pé nígbà tí wọ́n bí ṣe mọ̀ pé irun orí àwọn ọmọdé ó máa ń ṣe múlọ́múlọ́ tá máa yọ kùlùlù tá máa dán ni ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ tó jẹ́ dada yóò ti di nǹkan rẹ̀ wá látòdì ọ̀run ọmọ tó máa ti wá rí i pé irun orí rẹ̀ ó ti di tó ta kókó báyìí tó dẹ̀ ti di bí ìgbà tán so mọ́ra wọn láti ọ̀run wá bọ́n ṣe bí irú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n bá ti ya àdìjọ́ ìsọmọ lórúkọ dàda lórúkọ tí wọ́n pè é. Àpẹẹrẹ orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá míì tó jẹ mọ́ ọjọ́ tá a bí ọmọ ṣe pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a ní orúkọ tá a fún ọjọ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan láti ọjọ́ ìsinmi táwọn kan ń pè ní Sunday, ọ̀sẹ̀ ní Yorùbá pé ọjọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀. Ọmọ tí wọ́n wá ti wá bí ní irúfẹ́ ọjọ́ yìí á jẹ́ Bọ́sẹ̀dé tàbí tó bá jẹ́ ọkùnrin wọ́n á pè ní Jọ́sẹ̀. Ẹ rí i pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a ti mú ìgbàlódé mọ́ tán bá bímọ lọ́jọ́ àìkú ní ìsìn wọ́n á ní Sunday lórúkọ rẹ̀ kì í ṣe ìpè tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn o, Jọ́sẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀ pé tó bá dẹ̀ jóbìnrin Bọ́sẹ̀ tàbí kẹ́ sọ pé Àbọ́sẹ̀dé yẹn ni ọmọ tá a bí lọ́jọ́ àìkú. Ìgbàlódé òun ni Sunday bí mo ṣe sọ fún yín yẹn. Ní ìbílẹ̀ gangan ẹ máa gbọ́ Jọ́sẹ̀ tàbí Àjọ́sẹ̀, Bọ́sẹ̀dé, Àbọ́sẹ̀dé ìyẹn gangan lójúlówó. Ẹ ti kọ́ yẹn nínú ètò àkọmọlédè lónìí. Ẹ jẹ́ ká tún wo ọmọ kan tó jẹ́ pé nígbà tí wọ́n wá bí wọ́n á wo ọ̀nà tó gbà wá sáyé àti nǹkan tó rọ̀ mọ́ wọ́n máa wá pè ní Abíọ́nà. Ìyẹn ni ọmọ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n bí sí ojú ọ̀nà bóyá ìyá ń tọjà bọ̀ lórí ìrìn lójú ọ̀nà ni ọmọ ti mu, bóyá ó ń bọ̀ láti oko ni wọ́n máa bí tán bá bí láti ojú ọ̀nà oko náà ojú ọ̀nà náà ni wọ́n ní ojú ọ̀nà. Ọmọ mìíràn tí ó jẹ́ orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá ni Abíára. Òun lọmọ tó jẹ́ pé a bí ṣùgbọ́n tí ìyá rẹ̀ ò mọ̀ pé òun ti lóyún sínú nígbà tí bàbá rẹ̀ fi jáde láyé. Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ ká rí bí ikú bá ya ọkọ àti ìyàwó nígbà tí bàbá yẹn ti kú tí ìyá gan ò mọ̀ pé oyún ti wà lára bóyá lẹ́yìn oṣù díẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti sìnkú ọkọ ẹ̀tọ́ ló ṣẹ̀ wá mọ̀ lára pé àṣé òun tiẹ̀ ti fẹ́ra kù tán bá bírú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Abíára òun ni wọ́n máa pè é. Ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ tá a bá bí nílẹ̀ Yorùbá tá a wá rí wípé ọjọ́ tá a bí gangan bí wọ́n ti ń kí wọn kú ewu láàárọ̀ nígbà tílẹ̀ ó fi ṣú wọ́n ti ń kí wọn kú ara fẹ́ra kù bàbá tó bí tó jẹ́ pé ọjọ́ yẹn gangan ni bàbá tó bí ni ó jáde láyé. Bàbárímisá òun ni wọ́n ń pè tó bá jọkùnrin tó bá jọmọ obìnrin Ìyérímisá òun ló máa jẹ́. Orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá àti ìtumọ̀ wọn la ṣì ń ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ lórí ètò àkọmọlédè láti kàn ní Western Spring Television. Ìyá àkọmọlédè ṣì wà ní àyín mo ń padà bọ̀ wá. Onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́. Pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ, kẹnu ó mọ̀dìlẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. Ètò àkọmọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí Star Times. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá àkọmọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọmọlédè. Nínú àwọn ìran àti ẹ̀yà tí ìbejì ti wọ́pọ̀ sí jùlọ lágbàáyé ni ìran Yorùbá jẹ́. Yorùbá sì máa ń ṣàjọyọ̀ àwọn ìbejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí olú ọmọ. Pàápàá nínú àwọn ìpèdè tó ń ṣe àfihàn oríkì ìbejì ẹ ó máa gbọ́ wíníwíní lójú orogún, èjìwọ̀rọ̀ lójú ìyá ẹ̀, ọ̀bẹ kì í ṣe bẹ́kìṣà, ó bẹ́ sílé alákìísà, ó sa alákìísà donígbaṣọ, àfijù ọmọ tí gbàdọ̀bálẹ̀ bàbá, ọ̀kan bá bí èjì ló wọlé tọ̀ mí wá. Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ wípé orúkọ ẹni nìjánu ẹni, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì gbàgbọ́ pé orúkọ ọmọ a máa ru ọmọ. Ìdí nìyí tí Yorùbá fi máa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ kí wọ́n tó sọmọ lórúkọ. Ètò àkọmọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV
TV ìkànnì àádọ́wàá channel 190 lórí Star Times. Folúṣọ́ Ayaolúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá àkọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe àkọ́mọlédè. Ọ̀gá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Mo orin tèmi tiẹ̀ máa ń kọ fáwọn kan tó bá fẹ́ sọrú àṣàmọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé irọ́ ni wọ́n pa, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Irọ́ ni wọ́n pa, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Àwa la làṣà, àwa la lèdè àti ìṣẹ̀ṣe. Irọ́ ni wọ́n pa, Yorùbá ò lè parun. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Yorùbá ò lè parun. Ìkan lára àwọn nǹkan tó jẹ́ òpó nínú èdè Yorùbá àti àṣà wa náà là ń gbéyẹ̀wò lónìí tí ṣe orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá. Ibi tí mo bọ́rọ̀ dé lẹ́ẹ̀kan ká tó lọ rèé bomi là á. Òun náà ni pé tá a bá bí ọmọ kan nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, tá a wá rí wípé bí ojúmọ́ ṣe mọ́ tí wọ́n ń kíyà pé ó kú ewu ọmọ, ó kú àsọ̀kalẹ̀ àǹfààní tọ́mọ délé ayé ní ọkùnrin. Àmọ́ nígbà tó wá di ọjọ́ rọ̀ tí bàbá tó bí ọmọ yìí jáde láyé, bàbá rí mi sá ni Yorùbá ó pẹ̀lú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ni pé bàbá rọ́mọ báyìí ó dẹ̀ sá kélédùmarè kó ṣàánú wa ṣùgbọ́n àkọọ́lẹ̀ ò ṣe yẹ. Irú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá wá jẹ́ wípé obìnrin ni wọ́n wá pè ní yèyé rí mi sá, bóyá jọ́ tí ìyá rẹ̀ bí bó ṣe ń bi lọ́jọ́ òun náà ló tún fàyè sílẹ̀ tó yọ̀ǹda ọmọ fún bàbá wa ní yèyé ìyá sì rí ọmọ yìí ó sì sá bíyùn bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wo àpẹẹrẹ míì. Dọ̀pẹ̀mú ọmọ tó jẹ́ pé wọn ò ṣe nǹkan oṣù ẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi bí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìdá tí Ọlọ́run dá àwọn obìnrin. Gbogbo wa la mọ̀ yẹn, ìmọ̀ sáyẹ́ǹsì gan gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ wípé àwọn obìnrin nílò láti mọ fòòṣà láṣọ lóṣooṣù. Àkànlò èdè ni mo lò yẹn o. Tẹ́ bá gbọ́ tó máa sọ wípé ó fún òòṣà láṣọ lóṣooṣù, ìtumọ̀ rẹ̀ ni pé ó ṣe nǹkan oṣù. Àmọ́ obìnrin tí bá ń ṣe nǹkan oṣù la gbàgbọ́ pé ó lè bímọ. Tá bá wá rẹ́ni tí ò ṣe rárá tó sì wà lóyún tó bímọ, a jẹ́ wípé irú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bó bá délé ayé Dọ̀pẹ̀mú ò ní wọ́n mọ̀ pé àpẹẹrẹ ọmọ mìíràn ṣẹ́rọ ọmọ eléyìí àwọn Yorùbá tiẹ̀ gbàgbọ́ pé ọmọ líle ni torí pé kí ni bí irú ọmọ yẹn gangan bó bá délé ayé tán àwọn ìwà líle báyìí ni ó padà wà á mọ̀ wò. Igi àdùbí lókì rẹ̀ délẹ̀délẹ̀ ọmọ tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà tí wọ́n fẹ́ bí ẹ máa ń gbọ́ ìpèdè tí wọ́n sọ wípé orílẹ̀-èdè fi ń labújá orí la fi kọ́kọ́ dénú ayé ṣe máa ń gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń sọ pé inú ìdílé tán bá bí ìyàn sí wípé orí ló fi rìn débẹ̀ pé kì í ṣe ìyàwó tó fẹsẹ̀ rìn wọlé ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ eléyìí ńgbà tí ó délé ayé kò mọ orí wá o ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ pàkó báyìí ní ọ̀yọ́ síta nígbà tí ó bá jáde lára ìyá rẹ̀ yóò wá mú ìnira bá ìyá yẹn torí pé ìdátọ́lọ́run dá ìbímọ fún obìnrin ni pé kó rí kó ṣáájú ayé kí gbogbo ara tó kù wá tẹ̀lé ṣùgbọ́n ọmọ tó bá ti yọ ẹsẹ̀ síta báyìí Ìgè náà máa ń pẹ̀lú àwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọmọ mìíràn ó ní Olúgbòdì àwọn ìyálọ́jà fẹ́ràn irú àwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tán bá ti rí wọn báyìí wọ́n ní mọ̀ bọ̀ wá sẹ̀ mí lọ́wọ́ mọ̀ bọ̀ wá bá ń fọwọ́ gba igbá mi ọmọ alájẹ ọmọ olówó ọmọ ọlọ́rọ̀ Olúgbòdì lọ́mọ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní ìka ọwọ́ tó ju 5 bíi tiwa ṣẹ́rí ka ọwọ́ mi ẹ̀rí pé ení èjì ẹ̀ta ẹ̀rin àrún ni ṣùgbọ́n àwọn Olúgbòdì wọ́n wà tún nìkan tó ń to ló báyìí ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ rẹ̀ tí ó fi wá pé 6 lápá bí àti lápá tẹ́ ẹ bá ti rírú àwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ tán bá ṣe ń bí báyìí láti inú ẹ̀jẹ̀ tó jáde yẹn bó bá ti wá dọjọ́ ìsọmọ lórúkọ Olúgbòdì ni wọ́n pè bára àdúgbò bá ti gbọ́ wọ́n ti mọ irú ọmọ tó jẹ́ báwọn ṣó ti ń yé yín orúkọ àmútọ̀runwá mìíràn ó ní Sàlàkọ́ ìyẹn ni ọmọ tó jẹ́ wípé ọkùnrin nígbà tá a bí ó wá àpò báyìí ó yí ọmọ yẹn po ó yàtọ̀ sí ọ̀kẹ́ o ẹ gbọ́ àlàyé mi dáadáa àpò ló máa yí ara ẹ̀ po nígbà tí wọ́n bá bí àpò yẹn bí ìgbà tí wọ́n bá yí nǹkan mọ́ra báyìí bíi ká mú ọ̀lẹ̀ nísìn ká wá fi ewé yí àbí ká mú àádùn ká wá yí lọ́ra fẹ́lẹ́fẹ́lẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni irú wọ́n bá ti bírú ọmọ yẹn àwọn agbẹ̀bí tó gbẹ̀bí ìyá yẹn wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé ọmọ ilé Sàlàkọ́ ní okọ̀ tí ọmọ jẹ́ ṣùgbọ́n ìdàkejì ẹ̀ tó fẹ́ fara pẹ́ òun ni ọ̀kẹ́ ṣé rí ọmọ tó bá jẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́ òun tiẹ̀ ọkùnrin lòun náà ṣùgbọ́n inú àpò ló máa wà ṣóye yín nǹkan fẹ́lẹ́fẹ́lẹ́ ló máa ń bo Sàlàkọ́ tá yí lára po ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀kẹ́ yẹn inú àpò gidi jìgan báyìí ni kódà kò ní ké nígbà wọn bá bí wọ́n sì ya àpò yẹn wọ́n sàn bàràdì báyìí ẹgbọ́n pa tí ó dùn dáadáa ń bí wọ́n bá gbé ń bí lọ́wọ́ ni yóò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ké síta inú àpò òun lòun máa ń wà ìyẹn ni ọmọ tó jẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́ ṣẹ̀tìrí yàtọ̀ ẹ̀ báyìí tí mo wá fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ dìmú ní kókó kẹ́ kọ́kọ́ fìyẹ́ sọ́kàn yín ni wípé àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tí ó bá rọ̀ mọ́
ìbí àwọn ọmọ ló máa ń sọrú orúkọ àmútọ̀run tán máa jẹ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ìyẹn ni wípé orúkọ àmútọ̀run wa ó pọ̀ gan ni. Àkókò lè mọ́ gbà wá láti mẹ́nubà àwọn ètò ẹ̀mọ̀ yẹn náà orúkọ àmútọ̀run wa ni, ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan tó bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ lásìkò tí wọ́n bí ọmọ àbí ṣáájú ìgbà yẹn nínú ìdílé òun ló máa sọ irú bí àpẹẹrẹ ní ìsìn ìdílé tí wọ́n joyè kó wá pẹ́ sígbà tán joyè yẹn wọ́n wá bí ọmọ ẹ ti mọ̀ pé orú ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sọ orúkọ rẹ̀ mọ́ oyè tí wọ́n jẹ yẹn torí pé ó bọ́ sásìkò tí wọ́n jẹ oyè. Èyí tí mo gbìyànjú àti sọ nìyẹn pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ nínú ẹbí láyìíká àti láwùjọ ó máa ń sọ irú orúkọ àmútọ̀run wá. Nǹkan tó bá rọ̀ mọ́ ìbí ọmọ ó máa jẹ́ kán mọ irú orúkọ àmútọ̀run wá tí wọ́n máa fún. Mo sì sọ fún yín wípé orúkọ àmútọ̀run wá bó ṣe wà fún ọkùnrin ó wà fún àwọn obìnrin tó máa ṣe ń bí wọn náà ti máa mọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n lè tẹ ẹ̀mọ̀ tó pọ̀ jù ń ti mẹ́nuba Táyé Kẹ́hìndé àwọn ọmọ méjì tá a bí lọ́jọ́ kan. Mo dárúkọ Òjó àti Àìná àwọn ọmọ tó gbé ibi wọn kọ́rùn wá sáyé. Mo mẹ́nuba Ìdòwú Àlàbá àti Ìdògbé tó já àwọn ọmọ tó tẹ̀lé ìbejì. Mo rántí pé mo sọ fún yín nípa Àjàyí ọmọkùnrin tó dojúbolẹ̀. Mo mẹ́nuba Ẹ̀ta Òkò ọmọ mẹ́ta tá a bí papọ̀ lọ́jọ́ kan lọ́dọ̀ ìyá kan. Mo mẹ́nuba Dàda ọmọ tó ti di orí tiẹ̀ wá látọ̀run kò wulẹ̀ ṣèdánwò onídìrí. Mo mẹ́nuba Bọ́sẹ̀dé àti Jọ́sẹ̀ ìyẹn làwọn ọmọbìnrin àtọmọkùnrin tá a bí ní ọjọ́ àìkú tó jẹ́ ọjọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀. Ìgbàlódé ní jẹ́ Sunday ṣèdí abínibí tilẹ̀ Yorùbá àjọsẹ̀ ni wọ́n pè é nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Mo sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ọmọ tá a bí sójú ọ̀nà ìyẹn tá a pè ní Abíọ́nà àbí sójú ọ̀nà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ṣe wá. Bákan náà ni mo ti sọ fún yín nípa ọmọ tá a pè ní Abíára ọmọ tó yẹ pé wọn mọ̀ pé ìyá rẹ̀ ti lóyún tí bàbá rẹ̀ tó ìgbọ̀nrún alákejì lọ. Mo sọ Babárímisá àti Yérímisá ọmọkùnrin àbí ọmọbìnrin tá a bí tó yẹ pé jọ́ tán bí bàbá rẹ̀ kú àbíjọ́ tí wọ́n bí níyà rẹ̀ náà lọ. Mo mẹ́nuba Dọ̀pẹ̀mú ọmọ tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n tiẹ̀ ṣe nǹkan oṣù rárá oyún kọ̀ sáà dédé ni wọ́n sì pa ẹ̀bà lẹ́jẹ́ ní kèé sẹ̀bà o kèé ṣe yán oyún ní bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n sì bímọ ọ̀hún sáyé. Mo mẹ́nuba Ìgè ọmọ líle Ìgè Àdùbí ọmọ tó yọ ẹsẹ̀ wá nígbà tí ó dé ilé ayé. Mo sọ nípa Olúgbòdì ọ̀rẹ́ àwọn ìṣòwò ìnájà torí pé òun tiẹ̀ ìkáwọ́ mẹ́fà lónìí àdẹ̀gbàgbọ́ Yorùbá nígbàgbọ́ pé ó máa ní ajé lọ́wọ́ pé bí ò tiẹ̀ ra gan kókò fọwọ́ yẹn kó fi ba ìgbà ajé báyìí pé ẹni yẹn ó ta àtàjèrè. Mo mẹ́nuba Sàlàkọ́ ọmọkùnrin tó yẹ pé àpò yìí bo gbogbo ara ẹ̀ nígbà tán bí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ya àpò yẹn fẹ́lẹ́fẹ́lẹ́ báyìí. Mo dẹ̀ sọ ìyàtọ̀ nínú òun àti ọ̀kẹ́ ń tiẹ̀ inú àpò ní gbogbo ara tiẹ̀ ni ó kà kóòsì tí ó dùn ó bẹ̀ báyìí nígbà wọn bí kódà kò ní fọhùn kò ní ké bọ́n bá bílẹ̀ gan ẹni tí ò bá rí rí níbi tán gbé bí ọmọ ọ̀kẹ́ ẹ̀rú lè máa bà pé irú ọmọ wo náà bí yìí ṣọ́mọ ni àbí nǹkan mi ṣùgbọ́n tán bá ya àpò yẹn àwọn àgbèjáde wọn ó gba yóò ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wá ké mo wá àwọ̀ wá kí ìyá rẹ̀ kú ewu ọmọ tí ó yé wa báyìí. Ìyẹn ni pé gbogbo àwọn ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó bá rọ̀ mọ́ ìbí ọmọ ló máa jẹ́ kán mọrú orúkọ tí Yorùbá máa sọ. Ṣé rí báyìí pé ìran Yorùbá wọ́n ní àròjinlẹ̀ tó pọ̀ gan ni orúkọ tọ́mọ kọ̀ọ̀kan bá dẹ̀ ń jẹ́ ó ṣe pàtàkì. Wọ́n máa ń tẹ̀ mọ́mọ létí pé rántí orúkọ ara rẹ rántí orúkọ ilé rántí orúkọ ẹbí torí pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá bórúkọ wa ò jẹ mọ́ ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ tó rọ̀ mọ́ ìbí ọmọ bíi tàmútọ̀run wá ó lè rọ̀ mọ́ iṣẹ́ ìdílé ó lè rọ̀ mọ́ ẹ̀sìn ó lè rọ̀ mọ́ àṣà agbègbè yẹn tàbí nǹkan tó ń ṣe nílùú yẹn ó lè rọ̀ mọ́ iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ wọn àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo ẹ̀ kókó àti láríjà rẹ̀ ni pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ẹ̀yin èèyàn mi orúkọ ṣe pàtàkì ó sì ṣe kókó kí ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan kó tọ́jú orúkọ ara rẹ̀ bí àwọn ṣe ń tọ́jú nǹkan ẹ̀ ṣe mọ̀ pé àwọn máa ń tọ́jú nǹkan ẹ̀ ni kò ní fẹ́ filẹ̀ kò ní fẹ́ fúnyàn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kẹ̀jẹ́ ká tọ́jú orúkọ wa torí pé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá a ka orúkọ sí púpọ̀. Ẹ má gbàgbé pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń wò mí lórí tẹlifíṣàn yìí ẹ tún lè lọ sórí ìtàkùn ìbánidọ́rẹ̀ẹ́ wa at Western Spring Television náà ní kọ́kọ́rọ́ tẹ́ lò láti wọlé lórí Facebook lórí Twitter lórí Instagram àti lórí YouTube tẹ́ ẹ bá ti débẹ̀ ẹ kọ èrò ọkàn yín síbẹ̀ nípa ètò akọ́mọlédè ẹ fi ìmọ̀ràn tẹ́ ẹ bá ní fún wa síbẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ sì tún pín fún ẹlòmíràn. Ó wù ní o ká jẹ ẹran kó pẹ́ gidi gan ni lẹ́nu ká mọ ọrùn wómúwómú báyìí ṣùgbọ́n ohun fa tí ń bẹ lọ́nà fún òní jẹ́ yóò mọ̀ fà á bí eyín àti àwọn bá ṣe ń lọ mọ́ra wọn ni ṣùgbọ́n mo nígbàgbọ́ pé lórí ètò lónìí ẹ ti tún kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nípa àwọn orúkọ àmútọ̀run wá àti ìtumọ̀ wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bá a ṣe bá a nínú àṣà Yorùbá torí pé kò sẹ́ni tó mọ ìgbà tí àwọn orúkọ wọ̀nyí ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ àlè sọ pé ní àkọ́kọ́ tó kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ wọn rèé bá a ṣe bá nínú àṣà nìyẹn ó sì ń tẹ̀síwájú ẹ̀yin náà ẹ dì í mú kí ó wà lọ́kàn yín lábala àkọ́kọ́ lábala àbọ̀rọ̀ á sọ̀rọ̀ nípa abiyamọ lọ̀tá àgàn ẹni tó bá ń ṣe rere òun gangan lọ̀tá ẹni tí ò ṣe ẹni wájú sì rèé èrò ẹ̀yìn ò lè fẹ́ràn rẹ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká kíyèsára àní ṣìṣe ibi náà ni àrìmọ lórí ètò àkọmọlédè fún tòní láti ìkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì àdọ́wà channel 190 lórí Star Times DTT lórúkọ Ọlọ́run ọba tó tún fún wa ṣe ní tòní àtẹ̀yìn náà tá a jọ gbádùn ètò ọ̀hún ó ní mo tún kí yín pé ó tún máa dìgbà míì lórí ètò àkọmọlédè Fọlúṣọ́ Ayaolúwa Gbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá àkọmọlédè yìí ló sọ fún yín wípé ẹ má gbàgbé o ẹ máa fi èdè àti àṣà Yorùbá kọ́ àwọn ọmọ yín Yorùbá ò ní kú Yorùbá ò sì ní parun ire àtayọ̀ láti fi pàdé lẹ́ẹ̀mí.
Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast, detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is. Arrested, affected, sound, found. What do we see? What do we say? Flowing from a spring. A fact A to Z. Check and confirm. Ever is pounding current events. Traveling down from the business gist to the globally arising happenings, to the sports news, to the bittersweet infos. Guided transmission, even diffusion, vast and fast, detailed facts are fled. Within seconds, nuggets of words that flew across borders are fired. Stories short and long, wrapped in bundles of words, broken and dissected as it is, except misheard. This is the news as it is.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
òkìyín ẹ kúrọ̀lẹ́ ẹ káalẹ́ òwe tó bá wù yín ni ẹ wí ńbẹ̀ a kú àlàjá oṣù Ramadan mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀ síkànnì Western Spring Television ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ pé àwọn kan ní àwẹ̀ yìí wọ́n ní ká káńsù ẹ̀ ká tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ oṣù Ramadan pé ìta gbà tẹ́lẹ̀ ká fi yún ṣẹṣaṣáìsì ká ṣe tún mẹ́ẹ̀mú kí ládàá lè kún kó lè pọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ ti ìbínú ẹ dákun torí Ọlọ́run àwàdà ni ó ṣùgbọ́n a kú àlàjá oṣù Ramadan ẹ̀mí wa tó gba eléyìí yóò tún gba ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé láàyè wa àti nínú ọlá àtọ́làlàálà àtúgbà ládùúrà wípé gbogbo ládàánú oṣù Ramadan yìí Ọlọ́run ó jẹ́ ó mọ́ wa lára a rí múlò a sì ní tẹ̀síwájú ojú òsì ní tiwa àwùjọ wa náà yóò sì tẹ̀ wájú yóò dàgbà sókè yóò láàmì yóò làkà Adédayọ̀ Dẹ́rínú ló kọ mi ọmọ ọlẹ́sẹ̀ kòjọ́ mọ́nù bí tó mẹ́rin kí ti ń tutù tí sì ń tẹ́ni lọ́rùn jomi yìí lọ tẹ́ bá kì í lọ́lọ́fà mọ́jọ Ọlálọ́mí Àbíṣojú kọjá ń káàdì kátàkìtì ìlú Rọ̀fà ẹ̀ tún gbà á wọ́n kí yín káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ìṣèlú lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ìkànnì yìí nìkan ni olóríire tí ò fẹ́ kóhunkóhun tó ń lọ láwùjọ yín kó kọjá etí yín tó fẹ́ kó wà lójú ìwòran yín gan bó ṣe ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àti níbi tó ti ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àti ní ìgbà tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ orí ìkànnì yìí láti mú àwọn ètò tó nítumọ̀ tó sì mú ìdàgbàsókè àti ìtẹ̀síwájú bá àwùjọ irú ètò bẹ́ẹ̀ lè ètò ìṣèlú torí wọ́n ní tá a bá jọ wò gígùn báyìí ní gún tó ṣe jẹ́ pé ètò ìdàgbàsókè àti ìtẹ̀síwájú àwùjọ ńlá àjọ ṣàgbéyẹ̀wò ẹ̀ lórí ètò ìṣèlú àjọ yiri ẹ̀ wò àjọ sọ wò àjọ gbé wò láti rí i pé báyìí là ń ṣe báyìí ló yẹ á ṣe báyìí ọ̀tọ̀nà báyìí lọ́tọ̀nà ètò ìṣèlú a máa bá àwọn èèkàn pàtàkì láwùjọ sọ̀rọ̀ láti ṣe àtúpalẹ̀ àwọn tí ń lọ ní àwùjọ àti bó ti yẹ ká máa ṣe ọ̀nà bó gan ló yẹ káwùjọ wa ó kọrí sí tí ètò ìṣèlú tó dálé lórí náà nù tọ́lọ́run sì ń fún wa ṣe tọ́lọ́run sì ní kójú ó tì wá tí yóò sì tẹ̀yìn alátìlẹ́yìn wa bákan náà lálẹ́ òní orí fóònù láti bálejò sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn jẹ́ ìkan lára àwọn òǹwòye àwùjọ tí máa ṣe àtúpalẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tí ń lọ láwùjọ wa àwọn olóyìnbó pè ní public affairs analyst tí sì ń lọ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun náà láàjọ ṣàtúpalẹ̀ lórí ètò ìṣèlú lọ́jọ́ tòní ẹ jẹ́ rán yín létí wípé iléeṣẹ́ Western Spring Television á wà lórí ìkànnì Star Times DTT channel 190 ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti lágbègbè rẹ̀ bákan náà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wo Facebook àti YouTube ẹ wá Western Spring Television channel wa lórí YouTube ẹ subscribe sí lórí Facebook page wa ẹ like ẹ gbogbo ètò wa pátápátá lẹ́ẹ̀mọ̀ wò ń bẹ̀ kedere tí ẹ sì mọ gbádùn àwọn tá a mú wá sójú ìwòran yín bákan náà bí bá kọjá sí Instagram àti Twitter Western Spring Television náà lórúkọ wa ń bẹ ẹ tẹ̀lé wa kájọ mọ jálàjọ ṣe ara wa ó dáa náà kí n tó kàn sálejò mi orí fóònù ni mo láti sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́jọ́ tòní tá sì jọ ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn nǹkan tó ń lọ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ẹ jẹ́ n délé agbára lọ́nà nígbà tí n bá padà dé ètò ìṣèlú yóò tẹ̀ wájú mo fẹ́ pọ́rọ̀ òṣèlú sẹ́wọ̀n kí bá àti ṣe lórí Rave 91.7 FM nù ṣùgbọ́n ìṣèlú ní ti Western Spring bí n bá ti padà dé láti ilé agbára ètò ìṣèlú ó wà tẹ̀ wájú ń bọ̀ náà.
ìlú Abẹ́òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀ ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jìjàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́ láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ní akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ Ẹ̀gbá mọ Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà. Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta jẹ́ ìlú àwọn ọ̀làjú àti aláfẹ́ ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun ló fi bẹ̀ ṣe ìlú pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Hospital ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ló wà. Aláké lorúkọ oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni Òkè Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kuti àtọ̀pọ̀ àwọn míì iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta Ẹ̀gbá Mọ́lí Ṣàbí.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ padà sórí ètò ìṣèlú lórí Western Spring Television. Mo sọ fún yín, mo ní ẹni tá a jọ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ètò lọ́jọ́ tòní, mo ní ìkànnì wọn láwùjọ, mo sì ní wọ́n wà lára àwọn òǹwòye bí ọ̀rọ̀ ṣe ń lọ ní àwùjọ tó lóyìnbó pè ní public affairs analyst. Bákan náà, ajàfẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ọmọnìyàn lálejò mi lálẹ́ tòní, Comrade Waheed Saka, gbogbo èèyàn pè wọ́n ní Maho. Ẹ káalẹ́ ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́wà.
Ẹ káalẹ́ olóòtú.
Tàlàáfíà ni.
Àlàáfíà ni.
Mo fẹ́ ká jọ sáré ṣàtúpalẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan tó ń lọ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun níbi tó yé mi wípé yàtọ̀ sí pé ẹ jẹ́ òǹwòye bọ́rọ̀ ṣe ń lọ láwùjọ, ẹ tún jẹ́ ajàfẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ọmọnìyàn. Bákan náà ló yé mi pé ẹ tún kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ síwájú sí i láti gba oyè amòfin ní ẹ̀ ń kẹ́kọ̀ọ́ amòfin lọ́wọ́. So ó dá mi lójú wípé ẹ ní ìmọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ òfin náà ni mo ṣe fẹ́ kájọ ṣe àgbéyẹ̀wò àwọn nǹkan kọ̀ọ̀kan tó ń lọ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí. Ní ẹnu lọ́ọ́lọ́ yìí ni ìròyìn kàn wá wípé àwọn ọmọlẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tí a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dìbò yàn tí wọn ò tí ì búra fún méjì kan, Honorable Akínyọdé láti ẹkùn ìdìbò Àríwá Ifẹ̀, Honorable Lawal Bámidélé láti ẹkùn ìdìbò Òṣogbo, pé àwọn méjèèjì wọ́n gbé ẹjọ́ lọ síwájú ilé ẹjọ́ gíga kan ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun níbí wípé àní àwọn fẹ́ kí ilé ẹjọ́ yọ kí wọ́n gbé igi lé òfin tí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin fi jókòó, ìyún standing rules nílé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, wípé torí pé ó tàpá sí òfin orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà. Ìbéèrè mi àkọ́kọ́ sí yín, Comrade Waheed Saka, ni pé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, káti ẹ̀ tó máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa bóyá òfin tí wọ́n fi ń ṣe ìjókòó wọn bóyá ó tọ̀nà àbí ò tọ̀nà, ǹjẹ́ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ti ẹ̀ ń kó ipa tó yẹ kó kó nínú ètò ìdàgbàsókè ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun?
Adúpẹ́ lóòtú. Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́ a lè sọ pé wọ́n ń kópa nítorí pé ètò ìṣúná ìjọba kò lè jẹ́ ìtẹ́wọ́gbà láì jẹ́ pé àwọn aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ wọ́n ṣe àyẹ̀wò rẹ̀ fínífíní, wọ́n sì rí i pé ó jẹ́ tí ó tọ́ fún aráàlú. Ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì, wọ́n pe kinní kan ní oversight function tí àwọn ẹlẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin máa ń wò pé iṣẹ́ àkànṣe tí ẹ̀ka ìjọba kọ̀ọ̀kan bá ṣe wọ́n á lọ máa yẹ̀ wò. A dẹ̀ rí pé láti ìgbà tí a ti dá ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun sílẹ̀, wọ́n ń ṣe àwọn ètò yìí, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn wá sì ní èròǹgbà pé wọ́n lè ṣe ju tán ṣe lọ. Láti ìgbà tí abẹnugan ìgbà yẹn Professor Mojeed Alabi títí tó fi dórí abẹnugan
Timothy Owóyè
tó tẹ̀lé àti eléyìí tó wà ń bẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí, a rí pé àwọn èèyàn sì ń gbìyànjú pé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin sì lè ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ rí mọ̀ pé ìfọ̀rọ̀jomitoro ọ̀rọ̀ kan wáyé ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin eléyìí tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ báyìí pé wọ́n ṣe oversight function ibi water corporation tó ń ṣe ní Iléṣà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Eléyìí tí ẹni tó jẹ́ adarí ibẹ̀ tẹ̀ fi ẹ̀sùn kàn wọ́n pé wọ́n fẹ́ gbowó ìbọ̀bẹ́ kan lọ́wọ́ àwọn. Eléyìí lè kó òkúta bá ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin. tí ó bá jẹ́ pé wọ́n ṣe ètò yẹn bó ni yẹ kán ṣe. So àwọn ìgbìyànjú yẹn ilé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin tuntun tó ń bọ̀ báyìí gbọ́dọ̀ wo àwọn nǹkan tí àwọn eléyìí ṣe tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó káwọn dẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa lé lórí. Ṣùgbọ́n ká wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ níbi ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn tó ń lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́. A mọ̀ pé ilé ẹjọ́ láǹfààní àti gbọ́ gbogbo ẹjọ́ tẹ́ bá gbé lọ́dọ̀ wọn. Ṣùgbọ́n kinní kan bẹ lábẹ́ òfin tí wọ́n ń pè ní no cost standing. Ǹjẹ́ wọ́n ti àwọn tí a dìbò yàn yìí tiẹ̀ ní ẹ̀tọ́ láti gbé ẹjọ́ yìí lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́? Ṣé wọ́n ní ìfẹsẹ̀rin?
Hello, Comrade Wahid Saka.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni tí a dìbò yàn, ṣé wọ́n ní ìfẹsẹ̀rin lẹ̀ lábẹ́ òfin láti gbé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin tí wọ́n ti búra fún wọn lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́? Ẹ̀kejì ni pé ìtẹ́ gbé lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́ àgbà yẹn kò sí tí ilé ẹjọ́ àgbà nìkan lè dá sí because
nítorí pé kí ni ń gbọ́ àárín dáadáa.
Ilé ẹjọ́ tí
ojú òpó yóò jágara o.
Mo jẹ́ kó yé yín pé.
Hello, Comrade Wahid Saka.
Mo ń gbọ́ yín dáadáa olóòtú.
Àwa náà ń gbọ́ yín padà báyìí.
Mo ní ẹjọ́ tí wọ́n gbé lọ yẹn ó ní ẹ̀ka mẹ́ta. Tí high court bá dá tán tí ò bá tẹ́ àwọn tó wà tí ìjọba lọ́rùn wọ́n á tó gbé lọ sí appeal. Á dẹ̀ lọ supreme gangan ló láǹfààní àti dá kó tó di pé a lè sọ pé ó ti di òfin. Àyàfi tí ó rọ́ọ̀kúlé ẹgbẹ́ náà tí wọ́n bá ṣe gbégbé adájọ́ àgbà pátápátá. Ìyẹn ọ̀kan nìyẹn. Because àwọn tí a dìbò yàn yìí wọ́n ti di aṣòfin.
Wọn ò tí ì dánmọ́lé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin.
Ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin bá búra fún wọn gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣòfin. Látàrí ìdí yẹn àwọn tí ilé ẹjọ́ tó fẹ́ gbẹ́jọ́ lé wọn pé wọn tí ì fẹsẹ̀ rinlẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin láti gbé irú ẹjọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wá tó sì dá ẹjọ́ náà nù. Àbí kó sọ pé àwọn tiẹ̀ dá wọn láre o ẹjọ́ yẹn ó sì tún lọ síwájú sí i.
Yóò sì délé ẹjọ́ tó ga jù lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà.
Pátápátá ni ó máa débẹ̀.
Àmọ́ nínú ìwòye tiyín ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun kẹjọ tí ń wọlé bọ̀ yìí kí gan ló dé tó fi jẹ́ pé fàǹfà ta ni ó jẹ́ abẹnugan ta ni ó jẹ́ abẹnugan ni ó ti wà lórí tábìlì lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ṣé n tó yẹ kó kàn fún àwọn tí yóò wọlé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìjókòó ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin kẹjọ nù kí ni nínú èrò tiyín kí lẹ rò pé ó yẹ ó kàn lọ́wọ́ tá a wà yìí.
Ètò yóò kàn kọ́ lọ ó jẹ́ ìyàlẹ́nu pé eléyìí tá à ń fà lọ́sùn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí ẹni tí ó jẹ òfin wà àṣà wà a kọ́ láti ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó bó ṣe ń ṣe ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tiwọn especially Amẹ́ríkà ní àgbékalẹ̀ ní ìpele ẹni tó yẹ kó jẹ́ abẹnugan ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin igbákejì akọ̀wé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àwọn ti fi sínú òfin wọn nítorí pé wọ́n ti ń ṣe àwọn kinní yẹn bọ̀ ti pẹ́ àwọn náà táwọn wọ̀ àwòkọ́ṣe wọn ó wà ní ìpele àwọn tí ó yẹ kó jẹ kinní ṣùgbọ́n ká tó débẹ̀ yẹn ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ síbi ìbéèrè yìí pé ṣé tó kàn ní.
ṣé tó yẹ kó kàn nù.
kò ń ṣe tó yẹ kó kàn a mọ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ tó ní ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tó pọ̀ jù.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni lẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP.
Fàní àti yan adarí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin láàrin ara wọn ni wọ́n dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ti yan adarí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin yìí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Tí ó bá jẹ́ pé ní àárín ara àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tó ní kinní yìí wọ́n dé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin wọ́n wá yan ẹni tó tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn tó dẹ̀ tako òfin tí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin fi ń jókòó ìyẹn ó láti lọ sílé ẹjọ́ kí ilé ẹjọ́ ṣe àfọ̀mọ́ rẹ̀. àwọn wọn àti ẹ̀ tí ì tẹsẹ̀ bodò tọ́ni ti ń fà á.
tọ́ni ti ń fà á.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò ń ṣe tí ó yẹ káràlú gbọ́ rárá ni ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lẹ́yìn. ká lọ́sẹ̀ wá sọ pé ìta ń gbé lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́. nítorí pé kí ni section 4 section 5 section 6 of Nigerian constitution ó ti sọ róòlù executive legislative àti judiciary eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n jọ ń fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ní kò ń ṣe pé ẹnìkan máa gbaṣẹ́ ẹnìkan ṣe nínú ilé iṣẹ́ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin láti ṣe òfin tí yóò darí ara wọn a sì mọ̀ pé section 98 of the Nigerian constitution ó recognize àgbékalẹ̀ òfin nínú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin.
páwọn náà lè lófin tara wọn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe àlàyé kékeré lórí yẹn.
ẹ ń ṣó.
ilé ìgbìmọ̀ sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ Nàìjíríà wọ́n ní ranking tó fi ń yan ara wọn níbẹ̀. sí House of Rep ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú ṣòfin àwọn náà ní òfin nínú ilé tó fi ń yan ara wọn níbẹ̀ tí òfin yẹn dẹ̀ ó rí àwọn tó bá ti kọ́kọ́ dé pé o ti wárí àbí o ti ṣe abẹnugan nílé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin kékeré ti ìpínlẹ̀ rí ó wá sí House of Rep ranking member náà máa ń pè wọ́n nínú òfin.
èyí ò ní pé aṣòfin tó ti ní ìrírí tó ti.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact.
wọ́n ti fi sínú òfin wọn nítorí pé wọ́n ti ń ṣe àwọn kinní yẹn bọ̀ ti pẹ́. àwọn náà táwọn wọ̀ àwòkọ́ṣe wọn ó wà ní ìpele àwọn tí ó yẹ kó jẹ kìíní ṣùgbọ́n ká tó débẹ̀ yẹn ẹ jẹ́ kó lọ sí ibi ìbéèrè yìí pé ṣé tó kàn ni.
ṣé tó yẹ kó kàn nù.
kò ń ṣe tó yẹ kó kàn. a mọ̀ pé ẹgbẹ́ tó ní ọmọ ìbílẹ̀ ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tó pọ̀ jù.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni lẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP.
ló láǹfààní àti yan adarí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin. láàrin ara wọn ni wọ́n dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ti yan adarí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin yìí.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
tí ó bá jẹ́ pé ní àárín ara àwọn ẹgbẹ́ tó ní kinní yìí wọ́n dé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin wọ́n wá yan ẹni tó tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn tó dẹ̀ tako òfin tí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin fi ń jókòó ìyẹn ó láti lọ sílé ẹjọ́ kí ilé ẹjọ́ ṣe àfọ̀mọ́ rẹ̀. àwọn wọn àti ẹ̀ tí ì tẹsẹ̀ bodò tọ́ni ti ń fà á.
tọ́ni ti ń fà á.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò ń ṣe tí ó yẹ káràlú gbọ́ rárá ni ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà lẹ́yìn. ká lọ́sẹ̀ wá sọ pé ìta ń gbé lọ sí ilé ẹjọ́ nítorí pé kí ni section 4 section 5 section 6 of Nigerian constitution ó ti sọ róòlù executive legislative àti judiciary eléyìí tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n jọ ń fọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ ní kò ń ṣe pé ẹnìkan máa gbaṣẹ́ ẹnìkan ṣe nínú ilé iṣẹ́ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin láti ṣe òfin tí yóò darí ara wọn a sì mọ̀ pé section 98 of the Nigerian constitution ó recognize àgbékalẹ̀ òfin nínú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin.
páwọn náà lè lófin tara wọn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹ jẹ́ ń ṣe àlàyé kékeré lórí yẹn.
ẹ ń ṣó.
ilé ìgbìmọ̀ sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ Nàìjíríà wọ́n ní ranking tó fi ń yan ara wọn níbẹ̀. sí House of Rep ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣojú ṣòfin àwọn náà ní òfin nínú ilé tó fi ń yan ara wọn níbẹ̀ tí òfin yẹn dẹ̀ ó rí àwọn tó bá ti kọ́kọ́ dé pé o ti wá rí àbí o ti ṣe abẹnugan nílé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin kékeré ti ìpínlẹ̀ rí ó wá sí House of Rep. Ranking member náà máa ń pè wọ́n nínú òfin.
èyí ò ní pé aṣòfin tó ti ní ìrírí tó ti lókùn lápá.
tó fi ń jẹ́ pé tó bá ti lọ sí aṣojúṣòfin rí tó bá wá lọ sínétọ̀ ó máa jẹ́ pé o ti ní ìrírí ranking member ni wọ́n náà ní senate wa. so tí wọ́n bá sọ pé ọkàn lè débẹ̀ lónìí ìtò wà ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tó fi yàtọ̀ sí executive ó ní wípé ìrírí ṣàgbà ohun gbogbo ń bẹ̀. àwọn pẹ̀kínní kan ní stability. Kí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin bá lè dúró re.
Ó lè dúró déédéé.
Ọgbọ́n àti òye tó o ti ní gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣòfin tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ní í ṣe pẹ̀lú bí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ó ṣe dúró re. Tó fi jẹ́ pé ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ti ìpínlẹ̀ tó o bá ti ṣe aṣòfin rí bóyá ní local government àbí local government nìkan náà níbẹ̀ yẹn ó lè jẹ́ ránkì lókè báwọn tí wọ́n mọ̀ pé ó ṣe wá ní lóòótọ́ àkíní yẹn wà applicable nígbà tí ò bá sí ọmọ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tó ti wá rí àwọn àwọn pé òkè òta ló ti lọ ṣe abẹnugan ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin àbí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ní local government
níjọba àbílẹ̀
níjọba àbílẹ̀ àwọn àwọn wò pé ránkì nìyẹn ṣùgbọ́n tá a rí ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun currently bó ṣe ń ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí nínú àwọn tí wọ́n dìbò yàn a rí i pé a rí àwọn tó ti wá rí tó jẹ́ bíi mẹ́rin.
tí wọ́n wọlé báyìí tí wọ́n wà ní ìjókòó kẹjọ lẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin.
wọ́n ti ṣe rí ni o ní 1970 kìíní kan àbí wọ́n tẹ̀sẹ̀ tó ń wá báyìí àbí ó jẹ́ ẹni tó ti ṣe ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tó kó gbálé tó padà wá a rí bíi mẹ́rin nínú wọn. ìdí èyí ló fi jẹ́ pé kò lẹ́jọ́ mú ìtàǹfà yìí ìtàǹlọ́wọ́ lọ́lé ẹjọ́. àyàfi tó bá jẹ́ pé ẹgbẹ́ tó ní èrò tó pọ̀ jù wọ́n ní kápá lórí àwọn tí wọ́n jẹ́ ọmọ ẹlẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ aṣòfin tó wọlé látẹ̀ bí àgbẹ̀ yẹn àbí kó jẹ́ pé wọ́n fẹ́ tẹ̀lé òfin tó wà ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ tí gbogbo èèyàn mọ̀ pé wọ́n ti ń lò wọ́n ń lò ní gbogbo àgbáyé wọ́n pè ní internationally recognized standard. Internationally recognized standard ni pé gbogbo àgbáyé ló wòye sí pé báyìí láti máa ṣe nílé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin. Tí ó bá jẹ́ báyẹn tí àwọn tí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n yọ òfin yẹn kúrò nísìn tí wọ́n bá sọ pé wọ́n yọ kúrò nísìn tó bá padà yẹ ẹni tí ò ń ṣe ránkì yóò padà dẹjọ́ náà ni. Eléyìí tó fi wá ń jẹ́ pé òyìnbó máa ń pè ní distraction. Iṣẹ́ tó yẹ ká ṣe gangan wọn wà ní mójútó gẹ́gẹ́ bí aṣojúṣòfin. Wọ́n wàá máa fa ìdí tí àwọn tí òǹwòye tó kọ òfin ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ni pé kó lè bá a ní ìfẹsẹ̀rinlẹ̀. Ìdí a fi sọ pé ẹni tó bá dàgbà jù tó ti wá rí ìdí kó máa ṣọ̀gá ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin. Kò ní jẹ́ pé ẹnìkan kàn ní owó kì sí kan ó wá wọlé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin lónìí ó wá fún gbogbo èèyàn lówó bọ̀bẹ́ pé èmi ní ṣọ̀gá yín ó sì dìbò fún. Ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin bẹ́ẹ̀ kò ní lè ní ìlọsíwájú tó yẹ kó ní. So ohun oyè ọkọ̀ òfin wa ó yàtọ̀ sí ohun oyè àwọn olóṣèlú. Olóṣèlú lè dá nǹkan rú. Ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tí wọ́n ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ lónìí tí wọ́n dira wọn bíi alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ láti wá sí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin káwọn náà rántí pé ìjọkàn táwọn náà wà bí ẹ̀mẹ́ta o.
táwọn náà ó ti di ọ̀gá ń bẹ̀.
tí wọ́n ti dọ̀gá ń bẹ̀. tẹ́ ẹ bá lẹ yí òfin lónìí níjọ́ tó bá di pé ẹ di ọ̀gá tí wọ́n bá náà fẹ́ lò sẹ́ẹ̀tù tó òfin yìí ni.
sẹ́ẹ̀tù wá padà lọ rèé sọ pé rárá kò tún rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ibẹ̀ yẹn ni ó yẹ kó ti wò pé ọmọdé òní o yóò gbàdá wá dọ̀gbà lọ́la o. káà mọ̀ wá yẹgi má gbà lẹ́sẹ̀ lónìí. ìjọba náà bá dàgbà àwọn kan yẹgi má o. so bọ́rọ̀ yẹn ṣe rí kò ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ tó yẹ kó dé ilé ẹjọ́ alákọ̀ọ́kọ́ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì tí ó bá tún délé ẹjọ́ gan ọ̀nà tó jèlé wọn à lè yanjú ẹ̀ títí tí wọ́n fi ṣe àgbékalẹ̀ ẹlẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tá a wà bẹ́ẹ̀ àyàfi tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ká ṣàgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀ lókù.
ẹ̀dùn ẹni àyàfi tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ká ṣàgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀ lóṣù nǹkan kan lè dá àgbékalẹ̀ ẹlẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tí ń bọ̀ dúró ni.
kò yẹ kí nǹkan kan lè dá dúró àmọ́ lè ìtàrí lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí ní Adamawa nínú ìbò táwọn èèyàn ń dì káàkiri kò sí nǹkan tí kò lè ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ àwọn èèyàn wa tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ní ọ̀nà tiwọn tó yàtọ̀ sí ọ̀nà òfin. àmọ́ ibi tá a bá dé yìí nítorí yẹ ká sọ fún wọn ni pé ẹ mọ́ fẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀
mọ́ pàlàpàlàpà
ẹ̀tẹ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ báyìí ni bí ìjọba tó wà lóde yóò ṣe ní àgbékalẹ̀ rẹ̀ àti ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àwọn ilé-ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin láti lè bá a ṣe nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ fún àwọn aráàlú báwọn ṣe. tó bá ti lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀ kò sí tá à ń jà lórí ẹnìkan lábẹnugan ẹnìkan ní wọ́n pè nínú òyìnbó wọ́n pè ní best among equal. Ìní ó jẹ́ ẹni tó ń darí wa. Ìgbà míì wà tí ìjà bá dún wọn ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin wọn máa sọ fún ọ pé bá ṣe dìbò fún ọ lọ dìbò
fẹ́mi náà.
Ìgbà bá a débì la yọ̀ ọ́.
Ìbí òjù bí àparò kan ò ga jù kan lọ.
Ìbí òjù bí ni. So eléyìí ló yẹ ká rò pé ibi tá a bá dé tó fi délé ó ti délé ẹjọ́ báyìí ilé ẹjọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ dá. Àmọ́ eléyìí tó jẹ́ fáráàlú tó bá rota láàlú mọ́ ìjọ yìí ṣèjọ tẹ o ìjọ ọmọ ìyá kankan náà ni nítorí pé kí ni ẹ mọ̀ pé inú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin mẹ́rìndínlọ́gbọ̀n tá a ní ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n lẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú PDP kó mbẹ̀.
ní ẹgbẹ́ PDP ní mbẹ̀. ẹnìkan ṣoṣo tó wá láti ẹgbẹ́ APC kò lè bá wọn jà sí abẹnugan.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
so ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ kan náà là ń sọ yìí o. ìdí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ìrírí làgbà. Ibi wọn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ti gbà pé ẹni tó bá ní ìmọ̀ nípa òfin àbí ẹni tó bá ti ní ẹ̀kọ́ nípa ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin dáadáa ni kó já abẹnugan.
Ni kó já abẹnugan. Comrade Wahid Saka yàtọ̀ sí àjàbẹnugan ọ̀pọ̀ èèyàn ní sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àwọn ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà kì í ṣe tọ̀ṣun nìkan wọ́n pé ìjókòó tí wọ́n lọ jókòó ń bẹ̀ pé ìjókòó ká ṣàjókòó ká gbowó oṣù níparí oṣù ìjókòó kájà síta ní ọjà alága ìgbìmọ̀ ìjókòó kájà síta ní ọjà abẹnugan kí gbogbo wọn sì lọ́ọ́ máa ṣe yẹsà lọ́dọ̀ gómìnà wọn ní kò sí tí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin máa ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà yìí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tìpínlẹ̀ ní orílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tí ń wọlé bọ̀ yìí àwọn èèyàn wo sàkún ẹ̀ lọ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tí ò tí ì dàgbà pọ̀ jù ló wà ńbẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ langba pọ̀ nínú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tí ń wọlé bọ̀ ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹjọ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yìí kí ló yẹ kí àwọn tí ń lọ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ní ìsìn ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ẹja múpínlẹ̀ wa lọ́kùnkúndùn kí ló yẹ kí wọ́n mọ̀ músà lóògùn báyìí láti lè ṣe aṣojú rere fáwọn èèyàn tó rán wọn ṣẹ́.
Òyìnbó sọ pé you cannot give what you don't have.
A lè fún yàn ní dà ní.
A ti dìbò yàn wọ́n. A dìbò yàn bí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ibi tọ́rọ̀ wa dé dúró ni pé a lè ṣe lọ sọ pé kí wọ́n lọ mọ akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ òfin báyìí o. Ẹ̀kọ́ tó wà nílẹ̀ ni pé àwọn eléyìí tó jẹ́ ní òyìnbí nínú wọn wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ rọ̀gbọ̀kúlé àwọn tí wọn ò tí ì ní ìrírí pípọ̀.
Àwọn tí ò tí ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń gbọ́ iye àwọn tí ò tí ì ní ìrírí ó yẹ wọ́n rọ̀gbọ̀kúlé àwọn tó ti ní nínú wọn láti tọ́ wọn sọ́nà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni olóòtú Yorùbá yẹn yẹyẹ. Àwọn tí wọ́n ti ní ìrírí wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ tẹ̀lé àwọn tó ti ní ìrírí. Wọ́n lè bá tọ́ wọn sọ́nà kì í ṣe jàgídíjàgan ní ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin. Ibi tí a ti máa fọ̀rọ̀ jomitoro ọ̀rọ̀ a ti wá sọ ètò jẹ́ ọ̀kọ́dọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin ẹ ti yẹ lọ́tún a lè sọ fún wọn pé ibi ìsìn ní ká wá lọ sẹ́dá lọ́mọ akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ rẹ̀ àmọ́ agbára tí gómìnà ní kì í sọ̀sọ̀ nìkan lọ̀rọ̀ tí mò ń sọ yìí o agbára tí gómìnà ní láti lè mú ẹnìkan lọ sí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ó pọ̀ púpọ̀ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn àti ẹgbẹ́ kìíní àti ẹgbẹ́ kejì wọ́n gba ìwé àti dé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin lọ́wọ́ gómìnà ni.
àlàyé òun ò yé mi délẹ̀.
ẹjẹ tó ṣe ìdí ni pé ká tó lè fún wọn tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì tó fi dìbò wọlé.
tí wọ́n fi díje.
tó fi díje ọwọ́ gómìnà ẹgbẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ló wà ń bẹ̀.
kọ́mìrì wáyé ìsàká àgbọ̀yìn dáadáa o. ojú òpó yìí.
ó pọ̀ débi pé àwọn èèyàn tó lè bá ṣiṣẹ́ tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin lé lọ́wọ́ kì í sọ̀rọ̀ PDP lásán yìí o ọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo ẹgbẹ́ ipò Labour Party tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé.
ìdáhùn sọ ni pé àwọn gómìnà ni wọ́n máa ń há tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin lé àwọn tó tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn àwọn tó wù wọ́n lọ́wọ́.
tí gómìnà ò bá sọ̀pọ̀ọ̀tì rẹ ọ̀lẹ́ rọ́nà lọ. agbára yẹn pọ̀ fún wọn débi pé gbogbo wọn tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn lọ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin wọ́n lọ mọ́ túbá ní ilé àwọn gómìnà wọn ni. èyí ló fi jẹ́ kí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin stéètì ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ sọ pé ká kúkú scrap ẹ̀ dànù. torí pé wọn ilé jà fitafita bó ṣe yẹ ká jà tó bá ti kọ ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn àti gómìnà.
bọ́ọ̀ jẹ́ pé gómìnà ló ṣokùnfà tíkẹ́ẹ̀tì.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bàbá so eléyìí tí àwọn sọ ni pé ibi tá a bá dé yìí káwọn ti pé aráàlú dìbò yẹn àwọn náà ni gẹ́gẹ́ bó ṣe dìbò yẹn gómìnà náà. àìjẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n tún padà bọ̀ wá báwọn aráàlú o. ìdílé tí a fi sọ fún gbogbo èèyàn pé ibi tá a bá dé kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ja abẹnugan ní ká sọ o. ìdí bẹ́lẹ̀ ó ju tí wọ́n ń fà lọ́wọ́ ìlọ.
tí ń bẹ́lẹ̀ ju tí wọ́n ń fà lọ.
ó jùlọ lóòtú.
comrade Wahid Saka ẹ ṣeun ìbéèrè míì tí mo tún ní ni wípé àwọn kan náà ń sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ń pé ara tí ó fi yẹ kí láòkó tá a wà yìí mo tún fẹ́ padà sórí ọ̀rọ̀ abẹnugan pé ara tó fi yẹ kí ọ̀rọ̀ abẹnugan náà ò tún ní ìsọ ọ̀rọ̀ nínú ni wípé àwọn tí a lè pè ní senior ní inú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìjókòó ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹjọ tí ó dé ní oṣù kẹfà wọ́n ní bá a bá tọrọ òṣèlú bọ̀ pé ká wò káàkiri wípé ẹnìkan nínú wọn ẹgbẹ́ ibi tí wọ́n ti wá ẹgbẹ́ ibẹ̀ náà ni akọ̀wé ìjọba ti wá ẹnìkan nínú wọn ẹgbẹ́ ibi wọ́n ti wá sẹ́nítọ̀ ń bẹ níjọba àbílẹ̀ wọn ẹnìkan nínú wọn ìjọba àbílẹ̀ kan náà làwọn àti gómìnà ti wá ẹnìkan tó kù wọ́n ṣàtúnṣe àwọn àlàyé òun bákanbàkan pé ọwọ́ òṣèlú náà kún tí wọ́n ń fi kún àlàyé yìí wípé bàbá ro tòṣèlú náà kí pépé òun ó lè kárí bóyá ló fi jẹ́ pé kí wọ́n wò nínú àwọn tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ dé kí ni ìbáṣepọ̀ tí ń bẹ láàrin òṣèlú àti ìdarí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin.
ẹ jẹ́ kọ́kọ́ sọ fún yín pé tá a bá ti dìbò tán òṣèlú ti parí.
òṣèlú ti tán bàbá ti dìbò tán.
ó ti parí òṣèlú ti tán tá a bá ti lè dìbò tá a yàn ká má tún máa ṣòṣèlú dókèdókè láàrin ara wọn yẹn mọ́. eléyìí tá à ń sọ ni pé ẹ fẹ́ fi experience ẹ fẹ́ throw away ẹ fẹ́ throw ìrírí away nítorí pé ẹ rò pé igun kan ló yẹ kó ní kinní kan. ẹ wá bí wọ́n léèrè pé igun tí ò tí ì ní nǹkan kan tí wọ́n bá ní abẹnugan lé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin kí ni èrè ń jẹ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn nìkan ni wọ́n jẹ́ nínú òṣèlú. tí ò bá ti sí èrè ń jẹ tó jẹ́ pé àwọn nìkan ni wọ́n dàjẹ́ kò sí rízì fún pé ká sọ pé dandan ọ̀dọ̀ wọn ni kó lọ.
mo rò pé ọmọ wa náà ní bẹ́ẹ̀nbẹ́ẹ̀ mo rò pé èrè ni bàbá lè sọ pé ọmọ wa ní bẹ́ẹ̀nbẹ́ẹ̀.
ẹ jẹ́ ìṣàpèjúwe kinní kan. nígbà tí right honourable Najim Fọláṣayọ̀ Salam
bẹ́ẹ̀ni
tó jẹ́ abẹnugan lẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ó dà pé ìgbà yẹn la ní stability tó dáa jù nínú gbogbo ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀nà Èjìgbò ọ̀nà Ẹdẹ s'Èjìgbò abẹ́ lè gbé odidi mọ́tò sínú kòtò míì tó wà bẹ́ẹ̀ fọ́dún 8 pẹ̀lú pé wọ́n ṣe jẹ́ abẹnugan tó wọ́n rí ọ̀nà yẹn ṣe pẹ̀lú bó ṣe súnmọ́ gómìnà ìgbà náà wọ́n rí ọ̀nà yẹn ṣe ó fi jẹ́ pé gbogbo ìlú tí wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ̀nà sí ìní ó ní signature Right Honourable Fọláṣadé Àbsálàmù lórí ètò ìṣúná wọn tó bá jẹ́ pé ọmọ wa ni ẹjọ́ ṣe ni ó yẹ kó buwọ́lù tìlú wọn tó kì í sọ̀rọ̀ pé ọmọ wa ni ẹjọ́ ṣe ọmọ yìí lè ṣe tẹ̀sí ní rí kankan bẹ̀.
tí o sì ní sẹ́rè kan tó yàtọ̀ sí tara yòókù.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni kò lè sẹ́rè ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá wo ṣàkó gbogbo wọn náà kọ́ ni sínétọ̀ ń bẹ lọ́dọ̀ wọn igun gómìnà náà ti wá àwọn mẹ́rin lèmi mọ̀ mo mọ̀ pé èèyàn kan wá láti Ìfẹ́lódò mo mọ̀ pé èèyàn kan wá láti Ọlọ́ndà mo mọ̀ pé èèyàn kan wá láti Òbòkun tálẹ̀ nìkẹ́rin èèyàn kan dẹ̀ wá láti Ẹdẹ òní olóyè Ẹdẹ kan tó wá láyé ilé ìgbàsókè tó bá lé tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹni tó wá látọ̀dọ̀ gómìnà ò lè jẹ́ spíkà kò lè jábẹ́nu gan.
ebi ntẹ́yìn náà wí tán ní ìsìn ni pé kò sọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ wa ní bẹ́ẹ̀ kankan ń bẹ̀ pé ìrí lọ yá lù.
ẹ máa gbọ́ ó kàn wá ju àwọn igun yòókù ó pariwo tó bá yẹ pé Ẹdẹ ló ní gómìnà Ẹdẹ ló ní spíkà àwọn ará yòókù ó pariwo àwọn tó bá ṣe pé bẹ́ẹ̀ tó bá ṣe kò ní nǹkan ṣe pẹ̀lú abẹ́ òfin o. àmọ́ ẹgbẹ́ tó wá wo igun míì káwọn ogun Ìfẹ́lódò gómìnà ò sí ń bẹ̀ sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ ò sí ń bẹ̀ a lè gbọ́ pé ọkùnrin náà amòfin tó ni èyí wà bẹ̀ tábà tó wá wo Òbòkun wọ́n ní sẹ́nẹ́tọ̀ wà ń bẹ̀ wọ́n ní rẹ́pù wà lóbòkun àmọ́ ṣé sínétọ̀ àti rẹ́ẹ̀pù ní wàá jókòó lẹ́gbìmọ̀ aṣòfin tí a ní.
nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bí.
ó dẹ̀ sún mọ́ pé tá a bá ní ká lọ ẹni tó wá látẹ̀dẹ̀ gómìnà ó gbé tó súná wá yóò wá gbé síwájú ara ẹ̀dẹ̀. ṣé òkè ó ti yàtọ̀ síra wọn báwọn.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
ìdí rẹ̀ tá a sọ pé ẹni tó wá láti bẹ̀ Ọlọ́rundá pẹ̀lú kí ló sọ pé k'Ọlọ́rundá má jẹ́ abẹnugan. Kò sí bá a ṣe lè fòye kí ẹgbẹ́ yìí láàrin ara wọn ó yẹ kárẹ́ nìkan ní àwọn mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin tá a sọ pé ó ti ní ìrírí ó jẹ abẹnugan. Ó wá sí ẹni tí ò ní ìrírí kankan kódà àti ìrí gbọ́ pé wọ́n tiẹ̀ ṣe ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ọmọ ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ iléèwé gan. Ká sọ pé kí wọ́n wá ṣe.
ẹ̀yin tí ń gbókọ ẹnìkan ni pé bóyá ẹnìkan ló fẹ́ jẹ irú abẹnugan.
Rárá a gbọ́ pé wọ́n ń sọ láàrin ara wọn àbáwọn kọ́lá lọ bá wọn fún orúkọ yẹn ká atẹ́ni tó lọ ilé ẹjọ́ atẹ́ni tí ò lọ a mọ̀ pé lẹ́yìn àwọn mẹ́rin gbogbo àwọn yòókù ni wọ́n lè sọ pé àwọn ò jàbẹ̀lùdàn o a máa rí pé kò sí bí ayé ṣe lè dá yọ̀ làjú káwọn fojú egbò tẹ́lẹ̀ o ẹni bá ti síwájú ó ti síwájú o ká fọ aṣíwájú lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀ tó ráwa náà padà sàdá aṣíwájú dọ̀kan.
ẹ ṣeun comrade Wahid Saka ẹ jẹ́ ń délé agbára lọ́hùn náà tí n bá padà dé ìbéèrè tí mo ní fún yín ó sì kú bí ẹyọ kan àbí méjì ká tó káàdì ètò ńlẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ tòní mò ń bọ̀ ná ẹ jẹ́ ń délé agbára.
Jáde mọ̀rìnwó lákọ́kọ́ rí owó gẹ́gẹ́ ní síwájú ìjó ẹsẹ̀ kàtàkàtà ní síwájú rìn bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti ń gbúrò wa a tún ti dé náà nù ẹ káàbọ̀ sórí ètò Owambe Unlimited pẹ̀lú èmi ọmọ yín olólùfẹ́ yín ọ̀rẹ́ yín Suliat tẹ́túmọ̀ sí Mọ́rẹ́níkejì ẹ lè pè mí ní Sùsù tó bá wẹ lómi a sọ pé Ìyálóde Àríyá gbogbo orúkọ tẹ́ ẹ bá pè mí kò sí èyí tí mi ò ní jẹ yín ẹ farabalẹ̀ kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò Owambe Unlimited lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television ní ìkànnì 190 ibẹ̀ ni Owambe Unlimited ń bọ̀ wá ẹ fàkùrẹ̀ tẹ̀dí kẹ́ ẹ máa gbádùn ètò àríyá wa.
Wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ẹ máa wo Owambe Unlimited lórí Western Spring Television.
Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta gẹ́gẹ́ bí orúkọ rẹ̀ ìlú tí a tẹ̀dó sábẹ́ Olúmọ ó jẹ́ ibùgbé àwọn ẹ̀yà Ẹ̀gbá àti Òwu tó jìjàǹgbara lọ́wọ́ Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́ àtijọ́ láàrin ọdún 1775 sí 1780 ní akọni Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà léwájú wọn láti dáwọ́ sísan ìṣákọ́lẹ̀ fún Aláàfin dúró. Ìdí nìyí tí àwọn ọmọ Abẹ́òkúta ṣe ń pe ara wọn ní ọmọ Ẹ̀gbámọ Lísàbí Àgbòǹgbò Àkàlà. Ìlú Abẹ́òkúta jẹ́ ìlú àwọn ọ̀làjú àti aláfẹ́. Ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó aláwọ̀ funfun ló fi bẹ̀ ṣe ìlú pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn. Ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ní St. Peters tó wà ní Aké. Ilé ìwòsàn àkọ́kọ́ nílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà Sacred Heart Hospital ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ló wà. Aláké lorúkọ oyè ọba ìlú Ẹ̀gbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ni Òkè Olúmọ wà níbùdó tó tẹ́jú láti lè fi rí gbogbo ìlú Abẹ́òkúta ní orí òkè náà. Àwọn ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n àti onímọ̀ púpọ̀ ló jẹ́ ọmọ bíbí ìlú Abẹ́òkúta. Àwọn bíi ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Wọlé Ṣóyínká, ọ̀jìnmí akọni obìnrin ní Fúnmiláyọ̀ Ransom Kuti àtọ̀pọ̀ àwọn míì. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti àdìrẹ níṣẹ́ tó gbayì nílùú Abẹ́òkúta. Ẹ̀gbámọ Lísàbí.
Onírúurú ọ̀kan òjọ̀kan ní àwọn oúnjẹ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá bí wọ́n ti wuyì lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n sì kún fún adùn àti ìtẹ́lọ́rùn tí kò lẹ́gbẹ́ pàápàá nígbà tí ọbẹ̀ tó dọ́ṣọ̀ pẹ̀lú ẹran oríṣiríṣi àti àwọn ẹja bá ń ṣe alábàárìn àwọn oúnjẹ òkèlè bíi ẹ̀bà àbí iyán funfun lẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ ó máa gbọ́ àwọn ìpèdè bíi iyán lóúnjẹ, ọkà lóògùn, àìrí rárá là ń jẹ̀kọ kẹnu ó mọ̀dìlẹ̀ ní ti gúgúrú. Ètò akọ́mọlédè ló ń dé sójú ìwòran yín láti iléeṣẹ́ móhùnmáwòrán WSTV ìkànnì 150 channel 190 lórí StarTimes. Folúṣọ́ aya Olúwagbémiga ìyá ìjọ pèdèpèdè ìyá akọ́mọlédè ló kọ tèmi. Yorùbá dùn púpọ̀, Yorùbá ò lè kú, Yorùbá ò lè parun, tiwa làṣà, tiwa lèdè, tiwa nìṣẹ̀ṣe akọ́mọlédè.
Èkó Légọ́ọ̀sì, Èkó akéte ìlú ọgbọ́n, Èkó akéte ìlú ìmọ̀, ọmọ ọlọ́gbọ́n dorí ẹja mú àwọn òmùgọ̀ àdìmú nírù. Ẹni dèkó tí ò gbọ́n ọgbọ́n rẹ̀ dọ̀run alákejì gẹ́gẹ́ bí àrọ́bá. Ẹni tó tẹ ìṣẹ́ridó tó sì kọ́kọ́ gbé ibẹ̀ lọ́dún 1699 ló jẹ́ ọdẹ tí orúkọ rẹ̀ ń jẹ́ Ògúnfúnminíre, ọmọ ọba ìlú Ilé-Ifẹ̀ ní í ṣe. Ó máa ń ṣọdẹ lọ síbẹ̀ láti Ifẹ̀. Ó sì pàgọ́ tó ti máa ń sinmi ṣáájú kó tún tó lọ bẹ ilé rẹ̀ wò. Nígbà tó yá, àwọn ọdẹ mìíràn wá darapọ̀ mọ́ láti ṣọdẹ. Nínú igbó yìí ni wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní ṣọdẹ tí wọ́n sì ń pọ̀ sí i pẹ̀lú àwọn ènìyàn wọn. Báyìí ni wọ́n ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní tàn kálẹ̀ tó fi dé gbogbo ibi tí Èkó fẹ̀ dé lónìí. Ìlú Èkó, ìlú ńlá. Ìlú Èkó yìí ni ibùdó agbára ìṣàkóso ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà wà tẹ́lẹ̀ rí, pàápàá lásìkò ìjọba amúnisìn ṣáájú ọdún 1991 tí wọ́n gbé lọ sílùú Àbújá. Èkó àdèlé ọmọ agun àgẹ̀rẹ̀, Èkó ọmọ afíjú wọjà arìngbẹ́ndẹ́kẹ́, ọ̀bùn wọjà páṣíọ̀ṣíọ̀, ẹ̀yọ̀ ní bàbá Èkó, àríjó ṣe bí ọba. Èkó ọmọ odò tí ò ṣeé yájú sí, Èkó arómi sá lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ padà sórí ètò ìṣèlú lórí ìkànnì Western Spring Television. Ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé Western Spring Television wà lórí StarTimes DTT channel 190 ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti ní agbègbè rẹ̀. Bákan náà Western Spring Television wà lórí YouTube àti Facebook. Channel wa lórí YouTube Western Spring Television lórúkọ wa ń jẹ́. Facebook page wa Western Spring Television náà ni. Ẹ lọ like kẹ́ ẹ subscribe sí channel wa àti page wa lórí Facebook. Kẹ́ ẹ lè mọ gbogbo àwọn ètò tó ń lọ lórí ìkànnì yìí pátápátá. Bó bá wù yín, ẹ tún lè tẹ̀lé wa lórí Instagram àti Twitter Western Spring Television náà lórúkọ wa ń bẹ. Ẹ jẹ́ n tètè padà sọ́dọ̀ àlejò mi Comrade Waheed Saka. Ẹ káàbọ̀ padà sórí ètò.
Ẹ ṣé olóòtú.
Ìbéèrè mi tó kàn ni pé ẹ ṣàlàyé lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹ ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn gómìnà àti àtàwọn àgbà olóṣèlú nípínlẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan ní máa fẹ́ tọwọ́ bọ bí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ṣe ní ìtẹ̀síwájú. Bàbá worú ìpínlẹ̀ Ẹdó, ẹja worú ìpínlẹ̀ Ẹdó fún ìgbà tó pẹ́ ni gómìnà Godwin Obaseki ti ìpínlẹ̀ Ẹdó ni wọn ò fi búra fún àwọn aṣòfin mélòó kan nínú ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin wọn nítorí pé wọn ò ṣe tiwọn àbí nǹkan kan. Ìbéèrè mi ni wípé ṣé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ ní agbára tó bẹ́ẹ̀ débi tí gómìnà ọmọ bẹ̀rù pé bàbá fẹ́ èèyàn wá síbẹ̀ wọn ò ní ṣe tiwa àbí bàbá jẹ́ wọn ó dúró lórí ẹsẹ̀ wọn méjèèjì wọn mọ̀ dà wá láàmú ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ lágbára òun tó.
Àkọ́kọ́ wọ́n ní agbára lábẹ́ òfin àmọ́ kò sí bí alágbàro bí mo rẹ̀ ṣe lè gò tó.
Ẹni gbóko fún lọ́gẹ́.
Ẹni gbóko fún lọ́gẹ́. Mo máa sọ kíní kan pé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ti ìpínlẹ̀ wọn ní agbára tó agbára tí gómìnà ní.
Wọn ò lágbára tó gómìnà.
Wọn ò lágbára tó. Ìdí ẹ̀ ni pé financial independence ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìjà fitafita pé kán ní financial independence because gbogbo owó wọn ọ̀dọ̀ gómìnà náà ló ti ń wá.
Ọ̀dọ̀ gómìnà lówó ti wá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni Ọbaṣẹ́kí ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ó fìgbà kan lọ tú gbogbo òrùlé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ẹdó.
Pé kí wọ́n mọ̀ tiẹ̀ kúkú lè jókòó.
Wọ́n ò fún lè jókòó mọ́. Èyí ló sọ fún mi pé agbára pọ̀ fún gómìnà wọ́n sì máa rú agbára tí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin táwọn ò bá ní kápá lórí ẹ̀ lè ṣe. Nítorí kíní kan yé mi pé kò sí gómìnà tí ì tẹ òfin lójú.
Kò sí gómìnà tí ì tẹ òfin lójú.
Kò sí gómìnà tí ì tẹ òfin lójú.
Ó sì dá yín lójú bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ ti wo sàkún orílẹ̀-èdè yìí débẹ̀.
Ó dàbí ìgbà tí ẹ bá ní èèyàn kan jalè nítorí pé ẹ tí mo sọ pé kì í ṣolè o. Báwo bá ìrí tábì fìdí ẹ̀ múlẹ̀ á mọ̀ pé ìdí tẹ́ ẹ fi fẹ́ jà lé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin lọ́rùn kẹ́lẹ́ bá máa tẹ̀fín lójú ni o. Kò sí wọ́n ní ogún tí ò bá kẹ̀yàn àti pé rẹ̀ ìṣòro ṣé bá ní pé ìwọ lọ mọ́kò òkè ìwọ lọ mọ́kò ìsàlẹ̀ ni. Àwọn ogún tó bá ogún ìkan gómìnà ó ní gbogbo gómìnà fi ń ràgàbù lé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin lórí pé ẹni tó bá jẹ́ tàwọn abẹ́ ẹni tó bá máa gbọ́ táwọn ń ṣe ẹni kó jẹ́
ní kó jádarí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin.
Nítorí pé ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ò ní wà kó má ní àwọn alágídí kìgbọ́kìgbà tiẹ̀. Àwọn kìgbọ́kìgbà o abẹnugan ní wàá máa kì ẹ́ wọ̀ díẹ̀díẹ̀ pé ẹ mọ̀jà tí ì ṣe bá o. Òun ni ó fi yẹ pé ẹni tí ó bá jẹ abẹnugan gbọ́dọ̀ jẹni tó ní ìrírí pípọ̀ o.
Kó kápá àwọn tó kù.
Kó jẹ́ kí kápá náà. Nítorí pé o gbọ́dọ̀ ní òye àti àgbékalẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tó jẹ́ pé kò ní da ìlú rú mọ́ gómìnà lórí. O ní ẹni tó ní experience gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ẹni tó jàbẹ̀nu gan o. Ṣùgbọ́n tẹ́ ẹ bá ní dandan ẹni tó tí ní òrírí tó ilẹ̀ ní kó fi jẹ́ ní àwọn tó ti ní ìrírí lórí. Ó súnmọ́ pé kí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin bẹ́ẹ̀ má lálàáfíà tó.
Kọ́mọ lálàáfíà tó.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni nítorí àwọn tí ẹ ní ìrírí wọ́n padà lo ìrírí wọn yẹn
láti fi dá lé láàmú
ẹni tí ò ní ní lórí ni.
Ẹ ṣeun ká kúrò lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ilé ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin torí pé bí ìṣẹ́jú méjì péré náà ló kù tá a ní lójú aago. Tá a bá wo ìṣèjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lẹ́nu ọjọ́ 17 oṣù kọkànlá ọdún 2022 sí àkókò tá a wà yìí ǹjẹ́ ẹ lè sọ pé gómìnà Adémọ́lá Adélékè wọ́n gbìyànjú pé ibi wọ́n bá dé yìí wọ́n tiẹ̀ tíráì kí ló tún kàn tẹ́ rò pé wọ́n mú ṣe.
àkọ́kọ́ èmi ní èmi jókòó síbi tí wọ́n ti sọ pé gómìnà kò ṣiṣẹ́ rárá àbí ààrẹ ò ṣiṣẹ́ rárá kò sí ẹni tó lè jẹ́ gómìnà àbí ààrẹ tí ò ní mú nǹkan kan ṣe ìyà tó bá kọ sí ẹnìkan ó yàtọ̀ sí àti ó kọ sẹ́lòmíì tí mo bá sọ pé gómìnà ò ṣe dáadáa lórí ètò báyìí ṣé mo lè sọ lójú àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ tí ó san àjẹ́lẹ̀ tí gómìnà jẹta jẹ wọ́n àbí ibi tí wọ́n ti gbé ètò ìlera alábọ́dé káàkiri ẹni tó jẹ àǹfààní ètò ìlera yẹn kí wọ́n sọ pé gómìnà ò ṣe dáadáa o a mọ̀ wọ́n wípé eléyìí ò mọ̀ tí ń sọ. níwọ̀nba péréte tí wọ́n déjọba gómìnà gbìyànjú ní kápá tiwọn àti nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ fáwọn èèyàn báwọn ó ṣe wọ́n sọ fáwọn èèyàn pé àjẹ́lẹ̀ tí ìjọba àjẹta jẹ àwọn ó san wọ́n sì ti ń san èyí a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ pé dáadáa ni. àwọn ọ̀nà tó lu kótókótó káàkiri àti àwọn ọ̀nà tí wọ́n ṣekú lọ́nà kẹrin wọ́n ti ṣe ọ̀nà ẹbẹ̀ àwọn arákùnrin ò ní sọ fún yín pé tí gómìnà ṣe ò dáa o. àmọ́ eléyìí tí mo rí pé ó yẹ kán mú ṣe ó ní ètò tí ó jẹ́ ti wọn gangan pé ètò tèmi rèé ẹ mọ̀ pé ìjọba àwọn èèyàn ní ó tẹ̀síwájú ní continuity náà pé.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
wọ́n ti ṣe continuity báwọn. tí ilé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin ẹ̀jẹ̀ pé kò ń ṣe pé àwọn náà ní bọ́jẹ̀tì ọdún.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
bọ́jẹ̀tì tí wọ́n bá lẹ̀ ni.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
so wọ́n dẹ̀ gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe ètò yẹn lábẹ́ òfin tán bá lẹ̀. kò ń ṣe pé gómìnà ó jẹ́ sẹ́ǹtì tí ò lè ṣe nǹkan tí ò dáa. gbogbo gómìnà náà èèyàn alára bíi tiwa ni wọ́n. ṣùgbọ́n a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ pé ojoojúmọ́ àmọ́ bú gómìnà àbí ojoojúmọ́ àmọ́ iye gómìnà.
ẹ jẹ́ ń dá yín dúró bá àwọn comrade wa Ìsàká wọ́n ti ń sọ fún mi pọ́jọ́ ti lọ lójú àgbo ó tán lẹ́nu lónìí ó gbọ́dọ̀ kúnkùn á tún fún yín láǹfààní àti wà lórí ètò ìṣèlú lọ́jọ́ iwájú ẹ bá ń dágbére fáwọn aráalé.
adúpẹ́ iléeṣẹ́ Western Television ní jóná o.
àmì ẹ ṣeun tó ọ̀rọ̀ tá a sọ lónìí nípa tó ń lọ nídìí ètò ilé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin àti ìṣèjọba lápapọ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun la mú sọ lórí ètò ìṣèlú lọ́jọ́ tòní pẹ̀lú comrade Waheed Saka ajàfẹ́tọ̀ọ́ ọmọnìyàn ni wọ́n sì tún wà lára àwọn òwòye àwùjọ tí wọ́n ń ṣàtúpalẹ̀ bọ́rọ̀ ṣe ń lọ ní àwùjọ wa lọ́jọ́ iwájú á tún tẹ̀ wájú pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń lọ nípínlẹ̀ yìí àti lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà gbogbo ẹ̀ láti rí i dájú pé tiyín ò di sóhunkóhun gẹ́gẹ́ bí aráàlú ẹ̀yin náà sì ń lè kópa tiyín. ẹ já mọ́ lọlé ẹ mọ́ gbàgbé Western Spring Television wà lórí Star Times DTT channel 190 ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti lágbègbè rẹ̀ lórí Facebook àti YouTube Western Spring Television lórúkọ wa ń bẹ̀. bákan náà bẹ́ẹ̀ bá tẹ̀lé wa lórí Instagram àti Twitter Western Spring Television náà lórúkọ wa ní àwọn àtẹ méjèèjì. Adédayọ̀ Dẹ́nu ló kọ̀ bí ọmọ ọlẹ́sẹ̀ kò jọ mọ́ nù níbi tó mẹ́rin kìtì ń tutù tí sì ń tẹ́ni lọ́rùn jomi yìí lọ tẹ́ bá kì í lọ́lọ́fà mọ́jọ Ọlálọ́mí Abíṣojú kọjá ń kádì kàtàkìtì ló rọ̀fà ẹ̀tún gbà á ọ̀dà ìyókù tún dọ́là ó dàbọ̀.
Here are 5 amazing fun facts I bet you never knew about Christianity.
Number 1, there are over 2.4 billion Christians worldwide.
Amazing fun fact number 2. The Bible is one of the best-selling books of all time, with more than 100 million copies sold every year.
Most Christians believe in heaven and hell.
The Bible is the most translated book in the world, with more than 3,000 languages.
Amazing fun fact number 5. Most Christians throw science out of the window without realizing that most scientists are Christians. Hello, I am Pastor Steve Akinwumi.
And I am Dr. Adeoye Oyewole.
Join us as we highlight and discuss day-to-day issues pertaining to the day-to-day living of every Christian.
Issues in Christendom shows every Sunday on Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Sports is a culture on its own. It has its own language, its own people, with their own way of life. The world of sports is never void of actions, stories, dramas, and scandals. I guess you need a sports show that can walk the walk and talk the talk.
On this show, we answer all your sporting questions. The whens, the whys, the wheres, and even the what ifs. Sports Spring is that show that will give you that new lease of life you've been looking for in sport journalism. Join me, Joseph Atewe,
And your sports Amazon, Nengi Ernest.
on this station, Western Spring Television, channel 190, only on StarTimes.
Let's talk sports. Let's speak the most universal language of the world.
Western Spring Television. Ours it is.
Supreme Court adjourns hearing of suit filed by leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, to September 14th. Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to file response to Atiku Abubakar's application seeking live broadcast of Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal. Minister of Interior Rauf Aregbesola says henceforth a state government will provide feeding and accommodation to inmates in their state. On the foreign scene, United States accuses South Africa of supplying weapons to Russia despite its professed neutrality in the war in Ukraine. Good evening. This is the news at 7 on Western Spring Television. My name is Femi Olanipekun. The Supreme Court today adjourned the hearing of the suit filed by leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, to September 14th. Mr. Kanu had approached the court to appeal the verdict of the appeal court stopping his release from the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS. On October 28, 2022, the Court of Appeal granted a stay of execution on its verdict, which discharged the IPOB leader of terrorism charges filed against him by the federal government. In a unanimous decision by the three-member panel led by Haruna Tsanami, the appeal court granted the application filed by the federal government pending a hearing and determination of the appeal before the Supreme Court. And during today's proceedings, the Apex Court granted the application of Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, to file additional processes in response to Mr. Kanu's filing, which was done on Tuesday. The court said even if it proceeds to hear the appeal, there is no space within its calendar to write and deliver the verdict within the 90-day deadline. The case was adjourned to September 14th. In the meantime, Mike Ozakume, the senior counsel to leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has told the Supreme Court that he is scared that his clients might die in the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS. Speaking today during the hearing of Mr. Kanu's case, Mr. Ozakume told the Apex Court that the IPOB leader is very sick and requires a surgical operation. The lawyer asked the court to rule in favor of the transfer of his client from DSS custody to Kuje Correctional Center so that they can begin treatment. Reacting to Mr. Ozakume's plea, the Apex Court said God will keep the IPOB leader alive and that he will not die in detention. The court added that it will hear all the motions on the case on the resumption of hearing on September 14th. The IPOB leader has been in DSS custody since he was brought back from Kenya on June 19th, 2021.
To allow any of the two motions which are still existing that we filed, one is motion for bail, and the other one is motion to transfer him from his current DSS gulag, I don't call it detention, it's gulag, to Kuje Correctional Center, which the federal government indicated that they are also opposing. I made it clear to the Supreme Court that my fear is that I do not want Nnamdi Kanu to die in detention. I gave the example of Audu Abubakar, former governor of Kogi State. He was my client, and I continue to warn the prosecution that time to hurry up and carry out this trial, because if this man died, then there will be no person to try. And when he eventually died, the first time we go to court, I asked them, can you now go and try a dead person in the grave? You cannot. So our criminal justice system says, come and stand trial. What does it connote? Come and stand trial means you should be well and heavy enough to stand a trial. He didn't say come and sit down trial, or come and lie down trial, or come and prostrate trial, or come and kneel down trial. He says come and stand trial. So you should be heavy enough to stand. That is what it connotes. So I told the Supreme Court that my worry is that I would not want Nnamdi Kanu to die in DSS Gulag because of their delay. They have been delaying this matter. This trial started since December 2015. They went from 4 counts to 7 counts to 50 counts. Amendment, they did 7 amendments.
Meanwhile, the Ohanese Ndigbo has called on President Muhammadu Buhari to release the detained leader of the IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. This appeal came today from the new president of the Apex Igbo Socio-Political Group, Emmanuel Wanyawu, who spoke at an event in Oguta, Imo State. According to him, President Buhari should release Mr. Kanu before he departs office on May 29, 2023, noting that the Igbo nation will be very grateful if that is done. He also dispelled fears that Igbos want to leave the country Chief Wanya also lauded President Buhari for his love for the Southeast, which is reflected in the number of federal government projects in the region. And moving on now, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it will file a response to an application by candidates of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, seeking a live broadcast of the Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal. Mr. Abubakar, who is challenging the outcome of the February 25th presidential poll, had said televising the proceedings would enhance public confidence in the judiciary. At a pre-hearing session today, counsel to INEC, Abubakar Mahmood, said the commission would file its response to the application before the end of today. Earlier, counsel to Mr. Abubakar and the PDP, Chris Uche, told the court that parties in the suit have met and harmonized issues for determination. It thereafter prayed the court to adjourn the matter to next week, Thursday, as agreed by all the parties. The tribunal consequently adjourned the pre-hearing to May 18th, while the petition of the Allied People's Movement, APM, also came up today. Counsel representing parties in the matter said they have agreed to have a meeting on Monday and Tuesday to harmonize their processes. The petition was further adjourned to May 18th for continuation. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, in Osun State has called for collaborative efforts from the state government and relevant authorities in combating cybercrimes in the state. President Commissioner of the ICPC in Osun State, Demola Bakari, disclosed these in an interview with WSTV. Toby Sanusi has more on these.
Over the years, the wings of internet fraud has grown beyond the shores of the popular Yahoo Yahoo to identity theft, blackmailing, among other forms of cybercrimes. As of October 2022, the Economic Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, had convicted 2,847 persons of cybercrime across Nigeria. The latest trend of these heinous acts is blackmailing via social media, where fraudsters threaten people who fall victim with their nude pictures and in return extort them of huge money. Another exploitative means is using pornographic visuals via social media as bait, in which fraudsters hack into the account of whoever clicks on the visuals and extorts money from the victim's contact. Speaking on how these illicit crimes can be curbed, Resident Commissioner of the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, ICPC, Ademola Bakari, says the commission has been engaging relevant authorities to foster grassroots behavioral change, which is said can reduce crime in the society.
Religious leaders are so influential. They can change. Traditional rulers are so influential. They can change the narratives for us. So if we engage them, we empower them with the knowledge of this, and this is what we want to propagate for Nigeria to move to the next level. And they are helping us to do it. You know that we will get there easily than just to use the stick on every Nigerian. So behavioral change initiative is, is a project, a program that is there to ICPC, and that's the way we try to change.
Mr. Bakari, who reiterated the need to report suspected cases to the Commission and relevant security agencies, called for the Osun State government's support in tackling fraud-related offences.
The security agencies, the law enforcement agencies in Osun, they are working assiduously, but the problem, we understand the problem, but the problem is enormous. And we will be needing the support of the state government itself. We'll be needing the support of there is a way that I was in Ilorin sometimes ago, and there is a way that the EFCC in Ilorin, empowered by the state government, they were able to. You wouldn't be able to find school children in the mall, ShopRite, during school hours. They will raid them. You will send them back to school. With the support of the school system, EFCC has been able to do that. With the support of the state government, we should be able to do something like that, because anytime that I go to Just Right, I see during school hours, you see school children coming by, they are playing games here and there. I begin to say, what is happening to the school system? Is the school system still what it ought to be. So with the support of the state government, and now that the state government is settling down, at least we should be able to settle down completely now. I think law enforcement agencies will be able to engage with the state government to check the menace of this crime.
Under the Cybercrime Act 2015 in Nigeria, hackers, if found guilty of unlawfully accessing the computer system or network, are liable to a fine of up to 10 million naira or a prison term of 5 years. While same punishment goes for internet fraudsters who perpetrate their acts either by sending electronic messages or accessing and using data stored on computer systems. Toby Sanusi, Western Spring Television News.
A former theater commander in Maiduguri, Hassan Umar, says he is shocked and pained by the forced abortion allegations leveled against the Nigerian army by Reuters. Umar spoke when he testified before the investigative panel probing human rights violations and counterinsurgency operations in the Northeast. In December 2022, Reuters published a 3-part report on human rights violations by the Nigerian military. The report alleged that the army conducted forced abortions and victims of insurgency, noting that about 10,000 pregnancies were terminated. Chief of Defense Staff Lucky Rabo had rejected the claims, adding that such events never occurred. But on February 8, 2023, the National Human Rights Commission set up a panel to probe the claims made in the report. And while speaking before the panel, the former army commander said such incidents never happened when he served in the region, adding that the Nigerian army is trained to render help. In Kaduna State, 11 out of the 40 Christian worshippers that were abducted by bandits in the Chikun local government area of the state have been released by their abductors. The victims, including children, were kidnapped during a church service last Sunday and taken to an unknown destination. However, the Christian Association of Nigeria in the state confirmed that 11 of the victims were released yesterday night. The association disclosed that 28 of the 40 kidnapped victims have since regained their freedom, while 14 others are still in captivity. President Muhammadu Buhari has appointed retiring Assistant Inspector General of Police, Garuba Baba Umar, as a senior security advisor on international police cooperation and counterterrorism in the office of the Minister of Police Affairs. According to the presidency, this is to enable him to complete his nationally beneficial tenure as an executive member of the International Police Organization Interpol. Media aide to the president, Garuba Shehu, noted in a statement that in approving his appointment, President Buhari took note of a precedent in which a former executive member, AIG Kamal Subar, retired, was retained in service by the federal government after retirement in 2018. The president also took note of the fact that during his tenure as a member of the executive committee, AIG Umar assisted Nigeria in many ways, with the hope that in the remaining 1 year, he will do more in securing equipment for crimes, border management, and counter-terrorism for the country. AIG Umar's tenure at Interpol ends in November 2024, and his new appointment as Senior Security Advisor takes effect from the 16th of May 2023. Elsewhere, in a bid to stem the spate of road crashes in the country, Sector Commander, Federal Road Safety Corps in Bauchi State, Yusuf Abdullahi, has called for the inclusion of Sharia law and the prosecution of traffic offenders. Speaking during an interview with the News Agency of Nigeria in Bauchi, he said the laws guiding road crashes are not stringent enough, hence the need for introduction of stiffer laws, such as the Sharia law, into traffic rules. Mr. Abdullahi said the measure would instill discipline, encourage respect for traffic rules, and promote safe road habits amongst motorists. He argued that it would also curtail the spate of ugly scenes on the road occasioned by reckless driving. Some members-elect in the House of Representatives have kicked against the nomination of Tajuddin Abbas for the position of the Speaker in the 10th Assembly. The All Progressives Congress APC had nominated Representative Abbas and Benjamin Kalu as its preferred candidate for the positions of Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Rep Select on the platform of the Nationalist Forum today called on the party to review the decision. In a statement, APC Rep-elect from Benue and the coordinator of the group, Philip Agbese, said it is undemocratic for the APC to zone the National Assembly leadership positions without proper consultation. Mr. Agbese said the insensitive, flawed, and unattainable decision should be rescinded because it is not in the best interest of Nigerians. He added that the lawmakers must be allowed to elect someone competent to lead them. Another batch of Nigerians stranded in Sudan have arrived at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, from the war-ravaged country. A TARCO aviation aircraft carrying 126 evacuees, all students from Port Sudan, arrived at 12:25 p.m. today. Upon arrival, the returnees were processed by officials with the filling of the returnee registration forms handed to them by government officials. So far, over 2,000 Nigerians have been evacuated since the war broke out in the North African country. And according to the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, about 500 Nigerians are still in Sudan awaiting airlift. You're watching News at 7 on Western Spring Television. Still to come, Minister of Interior Rauf Aregbesola says henceforth state governments will provide feeding and accommodation to inmates in their state. I'll bring you more on these when we return.
The Korean War of 1950 to 1953 pitched North and South Korea against each other in response to intrigues by nations beyond their border with different interests from those canvassed by the two brother nations. The Korean War had all the nuances of an external conflict induced by powers that were interested in subjugating North and South Korea. Japan had leveraged on its military power to annex Korea in 1900 and imposed a military union that did not sit well with the citizens. Japan not only lost its war of conquest against Korea, all its powers were obliterated by the effect of the World War II. The end of World War II got Korea divided into two nations along 38 parallel lines by the instrumentality of the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. The Korean War lapsed into a Cold War when it stopped the prying eyes of external forces into the internal affairs of a nation now divided along its north and southern territories. Western Spring Television identifies the Korean War as a major event in history. James Ajibolaige was a lawyer who obtained his first degree in classics from Nigeria's premier University of Ibadan. Born September 13, 1930, the orator and the polyglot spoke impeccable English, French, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba languages. His fine diction placed him among classical orators and public speakers like Cicero, the Roman orator. This attribute earned him the prefix Cicero of Esauke. He authored Kaduna Boy, an autobiography, Detainee's Diary, Constitution, and the People, among 6 other books. Bolaige was a colorful politician, elected governor of Oyo State in 1979 and appointed a federal minister in 1999. He was a pioneer founder of Afenifere, the Yoruba socio-cultural and political group. He invested his political sagacity to propel the group to the height of political leadership and decision-making in the southwest of Nigeria. Bolaige was assassinated on the 23rd December 2001. His murderers are yet to be apprehended till today. Western Spring Television identifies Bolaige as a watershed character in history. Named Mao Zedong at birth, but globally known as Mao Zedong, he was a Chinese revolutionary and founder, People's Republic of China, which he led as chairman of the Chinese Communist Party from 1949 until his death in 1976. He was a communist who believed in the attainment of power by the instrumentality of gun. His wise saying, "Political power grows out of the barrel of gun," formed the major plank of his revolutionary struggle for the control of China. In the long span of his leadership and political power, Mao Zedong relentlessly entrenched the communist philosophy in China, which emphasized the revolutionary struggle of the vast majority of people against the exploiting class and their state structures. The communist leaders defined the class struggle as people's war. Mao Zedong was a story of grass to grace, having risen from peasantry to preeminent status as China's most respected leader. Western Spring Television identifies Mao Zedong as a major character in history.
Welcome back. This is still news at 7 on Western Spring Television. A reminder of our headlines. Supreme Court adjourns hearing of suit filed by leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, to September 14th. Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to file response to Atiku Abubakar's application seeking live broadcast of Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal. Minister of Interior Rauf Aregbesola says, henceforth, state governments will provide feeding and accommodation to inmates in their state. On the foreign scene, the United States accuses South Africa of supplying weapons to Russia despite its professed neutrality in the war in Ukraine. President-elect Bola Tinubu has congratulated former leader of Afenifere, Reuben Fashoranti, on his 97th birthday. Pa Fashoranti had supported Senator Tinubu in the run-up to the last general election, while the current Afenifere leader, Ayo Adebanjo, supported presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. In a statement today, Tunde Rahman, media aide of Senator Tinubu, quoted the president-elect as saying Pa Fashoranti is a light to his path. The president-elect said Pa Fashoranti left a lasting legacy at Iju Itaogbolu Grammar School, where he was the founding principal, as well as Iwo Baptist High School, Olivet Baptist School, Oyo, and Christ School, Ado-Ekiti, where he retired as a principal. And in Osun State, Governor Ademola Adeleke has promised to use his authority as the helmsman for the state to improve the welfare of the residents, declaring that all those that offended him during the struggle to attain power have been forgiven. Governor Adeleke spoke separately at the palaces of the Timiafede, Oba Adeshola Lawal, and the Ataoja of Oshogbo, Oba Jimoh Olanikpekun, when he paid them courtesy visits. A statement by the spokesperson for the governor, Lawali Rashid, said during the visit, he thanked the royal fathers for supporting him and assured them that he would use the authority given to him for the welfare of the people. In his remarks, the Ataoja of Oshogbo, Oba Olanikpekun, said Governor Adeleke had started his administration on a sound footing and subsequently endorsed him for another term of office. Speaking in a similar vein, Timiafede, Oba Lawal pledged to constantly remind the governor of the promises made to the people. In the meantime, following the Supreme Court judgment over the Osun State gubernatorial election, members of the All Progressives Congress APC have revealed plans to reposition the party. In this report, Olayinka Ali spoke with APC party members who insisted the political party will undertake a review of what went wrong and plan ahead.
The Supreme Court, in a judgment on Tuesday, dismissed the appeal filed by former Governor Adegboyega Oyetola, who was the candidate of the All Progressive Congress in the July 16, 2022 gubernatorial election, affirming Ademola Adeleke as the validly elected governor of the state. The former governor and the APC have since accepted the judgment in good faith, but questions have also been asked as to what is next for the APC in Osun State. Speaking with Western Spring Television News, the director of media of the APC in Osun State, Kola Olabisi, stated that APC, being a democratic entity, is abiding by the rule of law, saying that the party is being repositioned by an 11-man committee, insisting that the party remains united.
APC being a democratic entity, so there is nothing we can do. We have to abide by the rule of laws. So as regarding the next line of action, even ever before now, before the pronouncement of the judgment of the Supreme Court, the repositioning of the party, so it has been going on and it's still going on. APC is one in Osun State, and there is anybody who has an axe to grind, so it's free to approach, the committee. So that is it.
Meanwhile, a former member of the Osun State House of Assembly representing Ede South State constituency, Nureni Adebisi, said the only way forward for the APC in Osun State is to go back to the drawing board, review, re-strategize, and reposition all party members for the sake of the future of the party.
As a party now, the only way forward for us is to go back to the drawing board, as we used to say it, and just review the entire thing and reposition ourselves for the sake of the party, for the sake of the future of the party.
Nureni admonished concerned and sincere APC party members to come together now so that they can reanalyze and examine what went wrong and the way forward.
Is for all serious, sincere-minded party members to come together now. Not just those people that mouth being party members, but serious, concerned and sincere party members to come together so that we analyze, we try to examine what went wrong, how we got it wrong, how we find ourselves where we are, and the way forward.
It will be recalled that the All Progressives Congress APC lost the gubernatorial seat to the People's Democratic Party PDP in the July 16, 2022 gubernatorial election. Olayinka Ali, Western Spring Television News.
Minister of Interior Rauf Aregbesola today said henceforth state governments are to provide feeding and accommodation to inmates in their state. Speaking at a two-day high-level conference on decongestion and corrections management held in Abuja, he said the federal government would no longer bear such burdens. According to him, with the amendment of the 1999 Constitution, which has now placed the issue of correctional services on a concurrent list, states are empowered to establish their own correctional services and facilities. Mr. Aregbesola said states which do not have correctional facilities would have to pay the federal government for the feeding and accommodation of their inmates. He said currently the federal government spends over 22 billion naira to feed inmates across 244 correctional facilities in the country, noting that this is draining the federal government's revenue. He also revealed that 4,067 inmates are in custody for being unable to pay fines of 1 million naira and below. In the meantime, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has urged investment in conflict prevention in member states, as the Commission put its overall estimated cost at over $2.6 billion. President of the ECOWAS Commission, Dr. Umaru Aliyu Toure, said this in his address on the status of the implementation of the community work programs at the ongoing first ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament. He said deploying the ECOWAS standby force to fight against terrorism and unconstitutional changes of government in the region are expensive options. He also said the Commission was working with the national commissions on small arms in the region's efforts to tackle the proliferation of small arms and light weapons.
On the regional action against terrorism, we have been advised by experts from the national security agencies to prioritize the deployment of assistance to existing regional arrangements such as the Accra Initiative, the G5 Sahel, the Multinational Joint Task Force, all within the framework of the ECOWAS Action Plan. The The concept of operations for the deployment of ECOWAS standby force to fight against terrorism and unconstitutional change of government has two options. Option 1 provides for a brigade of 5,000 personnel with its structure, composition, and the necessary logistics to conduct kinetic operations, and its estimated annual cost, $2.2 billion. Option 2 consists of the deployment of critical capabilities in support of affected member states upon request with an estimated annual cost of $353 million US. The overall estimated cost is 2.6 billion USD. This shows the cost involved in security and reminds us of the need to invest in conflict prevention.
These drivers account for the food insecurity our region is facing. So food insecurity goes hand in hand with general insecurity. In my view, certainly we are not self-sufficient in food, but our inability to provide food security is mainly related to the insecurity that we are facing in the area of peace. So what is it?
On the foreign scene, United States envoy to South Africa has accused the country of supplying weapons to Russia, despite its professed neutrality in the war in Ukraine. Ambassador Robin Brigetti told local media that he was confident that a Russian ship was loaded with ammunition and weapons in Cape Town last December. South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa said his government was looking into the claims. The country has maintained claims of neutrality in the invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Brigetti said at a news conference in Pretoria today that Washington had concerns about the country's stated non-aligned stance on the conflict. He added that the U.S. also had concerns about South Africa's participation in military exercises with Russia and China during the anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine.
Of Russia by South Africa with the vessel that landed in Simonstown is fundamentally unacceptable. We are confident that weapons were loaded onto that vessel, and I would bet my life on the accuracy of that assertion. Given that, the deviation from South Africa's policy of non-alignment by the actions of December 6th through December 8th are inexplicable.
United Nations Human Rights Chief Volker Turk says both sides in the conflict in Sudan have trampled upon international humanitarian laws. Opening an emergency session of the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, Mr. Turk urged countries with influence in Africa to help end the violence. Fighting has continued in the capital Khartoum and in the city of Omdurman. Yesterday, residents in Khartoum reported air raids and counterfire from anti-aircraft guns. This is the fourth week of fighting between Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his former deputy Mohammed Hamdan Daglo, who commands the paramilitary rapid support forces. In Europe, a van transporting oxygen gas canisters exploded in a Milan street this morning, injuring one person and setting nearby cars and motorbikes ablaze. The city's mayor, Giuseppe Sala, ruled out foul play and confirmed that no one had died in the incident. The mayor said the driver of the van had told the fire brigade that the blaze had started in his engine. He added that the driver had sustained only light injuries. Firefighters quickly extinguished the blaze, which had sent clouds of thick black smoke into the sky. Turkish presidential election candidate Muharrem İnce, one of four contesting Sunday's vote, says he is withdrawing from the race. Experts say the move is a potential boost to the main rival of President Tayyip Erdogan. Before his withdrawal today, Mr. Inse was one of the 4 candidates in the vote, alongside Mr. Erdogan, his main opponent Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu, and Sinan Ogan. A survey earlier showed Mr. Erdogan lagging behind Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu by more than 5 percentage points ahead of the election. In Asia, Pakistan Supreme Court today ordered the anti-graft agency to release former Prime Minister Imran Khan from its custody. Local media reported these after the top court had earlier asked the anti-corruption agency to present the former premier before it. Mr. Khan's arrest on Tuesday in a land fraud case sparked deadly and widespread protest across the South Asian country.
Unrest has continued to grip Pakistan after former Prime Minister Imran Khan pleaded not guilty to corruption following his arrest on Tuesday. Khan was indicted by a Pakistani court in an unrelated case on Wednesday for unlawfully selling state gifts during his premiership between 2018 and 2022. The judge has ordered that Mr. Khan be remanded in custody for 8 days, after which he can seek bail. Pakistani authorities have taken senior leaders of former Prime Minister Imran Khan's party into custody as the government calls out the army to help end widespread and deadly protests sparked by Khan's arrest. Authorities arrested Shah Mahmood Qureshi, a former foreign minister and vice chairman of Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI party, early on Thursday in a statement on his Twitter profile. 2 other senior PTI leaders, Asad Umar and Fawad Chaudhry, were arrested on Wednesday, the latter from outside the Supreme Court minutes after he spoke to reporters. The party has challenged Khan's arrest at the top court. Mr. Khan's arrest has dramatically escalated tensions between him and the military at a time of economic crisis in the nuclear-armed nation. The Islamabad police said early on Thursday that troops have reached the capital city of Islamabad. Protesters have stormed military buildings, ransacked the residence of a top army general in the eastern city of Lahore, and set ablaze state buildings and assets in other places since Khan's arrest by the anti-graft agency on Tuesday. At least 5 people have died in the violence that has aggravated instability in the South Asian country of 220 million people as it grapples with a severe economic crisis and eroding hopes of a quick resumption of IMF bailout funds. Mobile data services remained suspended, and schools and offices were closed in 2 of Pakistan's 4 provinces. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif said in a televised address on Wednesday that such a spectacle has never been witnessed in the last 75 years, adding that people were made hostages in their vehicles, patients were taken out of ambulances, and eventually those vehicles were touched. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has said that the arrest of the former Pakistani Prime Minister is Pakistan's internal matter.
And the UK, of course, has a long-standing and close relationship with Pakistan, and this weekend, especially as Commonwealth partners. The arrest of the former Prime Minister is an internal matter for Pakistan. We support peaceful, democratic processes and adherence to the rule of law, and we are monitoring the situation carefully.
The former Prime Minister has not slowed his campaign against the ouster, even after being wounded in a November attack on his convoy, as he led a protest march to Islamabad calling for snap general elections. Conviction would disqualify the former international cricket star and Pakistan's former Prime Minister from standing for office, possibly for life. Meanwhile, elections are due later this year. Temi Tokpe, Ajijolaluwala, Western Spring Television News.
And still ahead, Central Bank of Nigeria says the bank verification number BVN does not have an expiry date. We have more on these and other business stories. Please do stay with us.
Nelson Rolly Hialahia Mandela was an anti-apartheid activist who gave his all for the elimination of what has been described as the world's most vicious rule of the unjust and man's inhumanity against man. He was born July 18, 1918 in Mvezo, South Africa. Educated and trained as a successful legal practitioner, he took up the gauntlet of a human activist against segregation by the minority white suprematists in South Africa. At the climax of his trial for treason, orchestrated by the minority South African government, the great crusader for democratic equality was prepared to pay the supreme sacrifice to establish majority rule in his native land. He told white jurists that if achieving freedom for his people was worth his life, he was prepared to die. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in Robben Island, described as the most notorious prison in the world. It was from this same prison that he came out as a free man to assume office as South Africa's first black president in 1994. Western Spring Television identifies Nelson Mandela as a watershed character in history. Born 16th September 1923, named Harry Lee Kwan and known as Lee Kuan Yew, he was often addressed by his initials of LKY. Lee Kuan Yew was a barrister and the first Prime Minister of Singapore between 1959 and 1990. Educated at Raffles Institution from 1936 to 1940 and the Fitzwilliam House between 1947 and 1949, Lee Kuan Yew established a highly effective and anti-corrupt governance system that midwives the transformation of Singapore into a high net worth income economy within a generation. He never hid his exception to Western mode democratic ideal, which he believed had not assisted developing nations to attain good government. Before his death on 23rd March 2015, the People's Action Party, which he founded, had used its political influence to establish the United World College of Southeast Asia to expand his economic ideas among countries that constitute the Asian Tiger. Western Spring Television identifies Lee Kuan Yew as a major character in history. Born Jeremiah Oyeni Obafemi on March 6, 1905, Obafemi Awolowo was a prime architect of Nigeria's independence and most consummate advocate of free education and social welfare in Africa's most populous nation. Erudite politician, thinker, and philosopher, Awo was fondly addressed by associates and political colleagues, brought his unique attributes to bear on governance in the defunct Western region. He administered as leader of government business and the premier between 1955 and 1958. Obafemi Awolowo's premiership witnessed pioneering in multi-sectoral policy initiatives and execution. The Western region under his administration paraded several enviable records. First television station in Africa, first real estate in Nigeria, first high-rise building in Nigeria, first modern sports stadium in Nigeria, first agricultural settlement in Nigeria, first modern civil service secretariat in Nigeria, and first industrial estate in Nigeria. His face is on 100 naira denomination as a mark of honor for his distinguished services to his country. Western Spring Television identifies Obafemi Awolowo as a major character in history.
Welcome back. Now to business. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says the bank verification number, BVN, it issues in collaboration with the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, does not have an expiry date. The Apex Bank, in a statement today by its spokesperson, Isa Abdulmumin, the bank reports that the BVN expires after 10 years of issuance. The BVN is an 11-digit number that is unique to each individual, but the same across all bank institutions of the same individual. To own and operate a banking account in Nigeria, a person must first have a bank verification number. The CBN further urged bank customers, especially those whose biometrics have been captured by the system, to continue using their unique identifiers as they last their entire lifetime. Nigeria's oil production fell below the 1 million mark in April 2023. The production figure fell to 998,602 barrels per day, a 21.26% decline compared to March, when output was 1.26 million barrels per day. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission disclosed these in its latest crude oil and condensate production data for April 2023. The volume of production is at its lowest point in the last 7 months. According to the NUPRC report, oil production decreased from 1.51 million barrels per day in March 2023 to 1.24 million barrels per day in April 2023 with the addition of condensate. And in Europe, the Bank of England has raised interest rates to their highest level since late 2008 as it continues to combat stubbornly high inflation in the United Kingdom. The decision today by the bank's 9-member Monetary Policy Committee to lift the main interest rate by a quarter of a percentage point to 4.5% was widely anticipated in the financial markets. The Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey told reporters in London that the rise in bank rates since December 2021 will weigh more on the economy in the coming quarters.
Today, we've raised interest rates to 4.5% and updated our assessment of the UK economy. The economic situation is tough, but the economy is doing a bit better than we thought. Energy prices have fallen, unemployment is low, and we now think we'll manage to avoid a recession. But inflation is still too high. With food prices rising particularly fast, many people are rightly worried about the increasing cost of living. We do think inflation will fall quite sharply from now. We think it will halve by the end of the year and be back to our 2% target by the end of 2024. But we need to be sure this happens, and that's why we have raised interest rates today. Raising interest rates is the best way to make sure inflation falls and stays low. We know that isn't easy when money is tight, but it's vital we bring inflation down so that the economy can grow, create new jobs.
Spain's cabinet today approved measures worth more than 2 billion euros to alleviate the impact of a prolonged drought that has hit its key agricultural sector. The country's water reserves are on average below 50% of capacity, while levels have fallen to roughly 25% in the two worst hit areas, Andalusia in the south and Catalonia in the northeast. The bulk of the money, 1.4 billion euros, will be earmarked to build new infrastructure, such as desalination plants, to boost the amount of available water, the government said in a statement. Another 784 million euros will be used to help farmers and ranchers cope with the lack of precipitation, which has decimated crops and driven up the cost of livestock feed. Announcement of the aid package comes ahead of regional and local elections on May 28th, and what promises to be closely fought national elections at the end of the year. Welcome to sports. Madrid Open organizers have apologized to players and fans for the unacceptable decision to not allow the women's doubles finalists make presentation speeches. Victoria Azarenka and Beatriz Haddad Maia beat Americans Jessica Pegula and Coco Gauff 6-1, 6-4 on Sunday. All finalists in the singles and men's doubles addressed the crowd after their matches. Organizers say they have apologized directly to the 4 players involved. And the Football Leeds United manager Sam Allardyce has said, considering the number of goals the side considered before his appointment, limiting Manchester City to 2 goals was not bad. Allardyce, who was speaking ahead of this weekend's clash against Newcastle, said there were positives from the fight, determination and improved performance in the second half against City. He noted that with a bit of work on attacking and defending with the players this week, he hopes they improve the level of performance against Newcastle on Saturday.
Personal edge or motivation from you, given that it's Newcastle on Saturday? Does that even come into it? There's also been some observations.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah,
2007 is a long time ago. Was I disappointed? Yes. What did it do to my career? Massive knockback. But as always, I always recover and move on. So it was an opportunity that in the end I couldn't avoid a change of ownership that was unexpected. I have no criticism of Mike. It's his club. He wanted to do what he wanted to do with it at that particular time. I made no choice. For me, it was a blow to my career at that particular time, because I wanted to take Newcastle as far as I possibly could, and like it's doing now. That was the ambition of me and Freddie Shepherd at the time, but I want to be.
Chelsea midfielder N'Golo Kante has revealed that he is keen on continuing at the club amidst the overhaul being overseen by the new owners. A huge transfer spend of around £600 million has not worked out for the Blues this season, with the chances of qualifying for European football over. Yet the Frenchman has backed the club to get back on the right path soon. Kante's contract expires in the summer, but he is expected to sign a new deal despite interest from Barcelona. The 32-year-old has been a key figure in the Chelsea team once again since his return from a long-term hamstring injury, with the player describing his happiness at finally ending his layoff.
So you want to win things again and trophies, and it feels like this club is about to relaunch it again. It's like a new generation, a new era, if you like, for Chelsea after what's been a difficult season. Would you like to be a part of that?
Yeah, for sure. It's an exciting project for the club. I think the player who came, unfortunately, the season has not been in the standard of Chelsea, but I'm sure that everyone wants to go in this way, the way of success, the way of winning titles, and the player who came is how they see Chelsea, and I hope this club will find again this direction, and let's see where I will be, but I hope that this is the direction of the club. This is the most important.
You say you want to win things again and trophies, and it feels like this club.
In the meantime, Bruno Fernandes says Manchester United have to qualify for the Champions League, but noted that soon the players will be fighting for much bigger things. United are 1 point ahead of fifth-placed Liverpool in the Premier League, having played a game fewer and in control of their top four destiny. But after back-to-back defeats, pressure is building on Erik ten Hag's side. They need 9 points from their remaining 4 games to be certain of finishing above Liverpool, who have won 6 games on the bounce to re-enter the battle for the Champions League football.
We have such a great team that is doing a great job this season when no one thought that United could be fighting for the top 4. We know that now everyone is thinking that, United is being great, but I remember in the beginning of the season, no one put our team in the top 6. So I think it's a good surprise for them, for us not, because we knew that we could be there. We knew that we could be even higher on the league, but we had our moments. And that's why we still in a position of fighting for top 4 and not bigger things. But I think in soon this club and these players and this team will be fight for much bigger things.
Well, and that's all at this hour. But before we go, here is a recap of our major stories. The Supreme Court today adjourned the hearing of the suit filed by the leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, to September the 14th. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it will file a response to an application by a candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, seeking a live broadcast of the Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal. And Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, today said henceforth, state governments are to provide feeding and accommodation to inmates in their state. On the foreign scene, we told you that the United States envoy to South Africa has accused the country of supplying weapons to Russia despite its professed neutrality in the war in Ukraine. Please do follow us on all of our social media handles on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Western Spring Television. You can also watch us live on our YouTube channel at Western Spring Television. My name is Femi Olani. Thank you so much for watching. Good evening.
Badamasi Adegoke Adelabu was a prominent figure in Ibadan politics and Western region before Nigeria's independence. He was a key founder of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, a political party that held lofty the torch of liberty for the two West African countries. He carved a niche for himself as a wordsmith and a creative speaker. The nickname Kwenkele was a natively corrupted version of Peculiar Mess, his bombastic English language style often used to score proceedings at the parliament. The author of Africa in Ebullition, a handbook of freedom for Nigerian nationalists, was Nigeria's Federal Minister of Natural Resources and Social Services between 1955 and 1956. He died in an auto crash on the 25th March 1958 at the age of 42 as a watershed character in history. The name Adolf Hitler exudes a gale of bile from millions of people who were victims of his autocratic rule and love, from fanatical supporters of his imperial aggression. Born April 20, 1889 at a small Austrian town